Okay. Good morning. Good morning. The October 11th, 2016 Placer County Board of Supervisors meeting will come to order. Would you please join me in a flag salute? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. We will now have our meeting procedures read by the clerk.
Welcome to the Placer County Board of Supervisors meeting of Tuesday, October 11th, 2016. Agendas are available on the table outside this meeting room. If you are here to speak on an issue not appearing on the agenda, you may do so during the public comment period. However, please note that the board is not permitted to take action on items addressed under public comment. All items on the agenda will be open for public comments before final action is taken. When you speak, clearly state your name for the record and be aware there is a 3-minute time limit per speaker. Keep in mind that the chairman has discretion of limiting the total discussion time on any item. Please place all cell phones in silent mode. If you are hearing impaired, we have listening devices available. Thank you for your participation and cooperation.
Thank you. Next is our consent agenda. This is a list of routine items that are intended to be all considered in one motion, but would be happy to pull any for individual discussion if any of my colleagues or anyone from the audience would prefer that. So are there any requests for consent items to be discussed individually? See none?
Second.
Moved and seconded to approve the consent as is. Roll call, please.
Holmes?
Aye.
Duran?
Yes.
Euler? Montgomery?
Yes.
Wygant?
Yes. Now is the time for public comment. This is the time when anyone can approach the board and comment on something that is not on the agenda. Keep in mind that we can take no action. So if you have something, please come forward and state your name. Morning, Lee.
Placer County 4-H. I just want to invite the board members and the public to our 21st annual You Make It and Take It Craft Expo, which will be October the 29th from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. at the Sierra Building and Go Country Fair. And it's open to the public. Anybody can come. There's no cost to get in, but we do charge for the materials to make the crafts. And we have about 30 crafts, and it's from 9 to 3.
Thanks.
Good morning. How are you? If you look before you, first of all, thanks for listening to me. My name is Scott Vaughn. I live in Granite Bay, Tree Lake Village. It's next to Tree Lake Village Park in South Placer. If you look before you, I've provided you some materials for a complaint that we're issuing. I have signatures from 50 different households to talk about an expansion of a facility that's going on in our residential neighborhood. This facility is a new facility. There is a storage facility in the area that was built in 1986. We've raised concerns that it doesn't belong in our neighborhood. It's to add a whole bunch of RV storage and parking in this residential neighborhood next to the park. That goes down a local street, which is 25 feet wide, and we have a lot of kids, and we're concerned about the safety. When we talked to the planning department and asked how it was permitted in this zone, we were told that there was a vested right from 1986. So we put in a Public Records Act. We haven't seen any information yet, excuse me. Our concern is that this has not properly been studied, or the public has not been considered in putting this storage facility in this neighborhood. My colleague or fellow neighbor will talk a little bit about some of the different violations that we see in Placer Code, but the question's a vested right from 1986, and then when we asked again, it was 1998, and then recently it was 2007. No one can find how this was permitted in a residential zone. So, in addition, we were told that CEQA was to be invalidated because it was vested. If you look in your document, you'll see a creek that was in the back that the applicant blew through, and I have been told by Fish and Game that he'll be issued a notice of violation and that he'll have to redo the plans and CEQA. And what we're looking for is, I know you can't take action, but we would like it to be stopped and public comment to be heard, and to understand why this commercial facility is being put in a residential neighborhood. It doesn't belong there, and we don't want it there. And supposedly it was supposed to be built for the residents of my neighborhood. There's 1,100 homes in my neighborhood. This adds 100 to 200 already existing RV storage spaces and another 600 spaces. So we're talking about roughly 900 spaces for 1,100 homes. That doesn't seem to make much math for our community. So my concern is that there's violations of law, SEQA. We're going to see other agencies for vernal pool filling. And what I'd like to see is the Board of Supervisors take some sort of action in the future, or let us on an agenda point to review it and say, what's going on here? Something from 1986 or 1998 does not have in perpetuity the ability to develop that lot in a residential neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Just, we've referred this to our CDRA Director, Community Development Resources Director, this morning upon receipt of it, so we'll be getting some feedback from him shortly.
Will you contact myself or any of the other? We've got contact information there?
Yes, that will be good.
Okay.
Kirk is your supervisor, so I think the best bet is to have that.
Well, we can just talk outside of Rayleigh's.
That's good. I like Rayleigh's.
Great.
And I think Jim was going to bring up some other issues.
Good morning. Thanks for the opportunity. Again, realize that you can't take action on these things, but wanted to get you aware of them. And we're pursuing complaints through the planning department. Resident to Tree Lake Village.
I'm sorry, could you state your name for the
Yeah, it's Jim Cook.
Thanks.
Live in Tree Lake Village, just down the street from the park, have young children. So very concerned with the level of traffic. This facility tried to expand in 2007. We were able to successfully convince them to stop. For whatever reason, we weren't notified of this additional expansion, and we were curious as to how this was allowed in the first place. So looking at the Placer County Code, we see this as a violation of Section 17 zoning. They say it was supported through a conditional use permit 1006, created in 1986, but if you look at the tables and zoning tables, there are no conditions under which a storage facility is allowed in a residential district. So I'd be interested to find out how did that happen in the first place, let alone allowing it to expand under a vested right for a conditional use permit that shouldn't be in existence for a storage facility. We also see a violation that the original, assuming that first complaint is invalid, the second complaint would be it's also a violation of zoning in that the conditional use permit only says boats and RVs. But there's gardening equipment companies, there's motorcycles, there's storage units that are holding furniture and other items in that facility, which is not zoned appropriately for that and not part of the CUP to allow those storages. The third item is their waste disposal. So there's a tree disposal service there that's been carving up trees and putting wood chips all over the property, so it's a fire hazard. We've already had one fire out there. Worried about others spreading through the neighborhood. The fourth item we've complained about is Section 17 zoning, that you're not allowed to have hazardous materials. So we have a lot of gardening organizations actually running their businesses out of there, so a lot of fuel, a lot of chemicals, a lot of poisons, et cetera, in that facility. That shouldn't be allowed per zoning. So our ask was that we actually treat this as a nuisance because it's in violation of code, and that the planning department take action to abate this nuisance. And as you know, in the Placer County Code, it's a crime to allow such a thing to occur as a zoning violation. So we'd like that looked into. Realizing, again, you can't take action, but we would like to get on a formal agenda to file this complaint. Once we also have more data from the planning department, we're almost 10 days in now, and we've not received any of the documents that we've requested. So we come in here relatively unarmed with the information we need to make more detailed arguments. Thank you for your time.
Good morning, Ellie Waller, Tahoe Vista resident. At your September 13th board hearing in Tahoe, you suspended and ended public comment on Martis Valley West. Wasn't sure when it was appropriate to ask. I've researched the development agreement that you'll be approving today, and there are some issues and amendments that should be required of that, so I'm hoping you will open public comment. Thank you.
Morning, Ann Nichols, North Tahoe Preservation Alliance. I am also requesting public comment be open for the Martis Valley West hearing, because in addition to what Ellie Waller just said, there's more new information. The Martis Valley Operating Agreement, which was the preservation of that land, has now the land conservation entities, Trust for Public Lands and Truckee Donner Land Trust, have pulled out of the agreement. They will not be negotiating on it as long as it's so contentious with the environmental groups. And also the Homewood Fire Life Safety and Evacuation Report came out for that lawsuit and that settlement. And what it says is that without the approval of this project, the Homewood project, which was approved a couple of years ago, there's not enough protection existing in our area that people cannot get out unless they build a new fire station on the West Shore, unless they hire 4 new people, they buy new trucks, they do a standpipe out of the lake. We can't get out. Don't, rolling your eyes. Really, we all share the same. We share 3 roads, 89, 28, and 89, 28, and 267. That's it for everybody. And our population goes up to over 150,000 on weekends. So, we need you to hear this. This is from the North Lake Tahoe Fire Department, this report, and it says we don't have enough protection. So I hope that you will open the hearing so that we can address these things with the public. Thank you.
Is there anyone else who'd like to address the board on something that is not on the agenda?
Good morning, Chair Wygant and fellow supervisors. Alexis Aller with Mountain Area Preservation. Not to be redundant, but I would also request that you open up public comment on Martis Valley West. We did address the Land Trust Partners letter in our recent submittal to you all on Friday, and then also the Homewood Safety Report. So I think those are 2 important things that could affect some mitigation for Martis Valley West and the recommended approval for the project. Also, I think one of the things that we addressed in our letter are the findings in the staff report, and we would like to comment on that as well if possible. So thank you.
Thanks. Anyone else like to address something that is not on the agenda? See none. We'll move on to board. There's anyone. Okay, thanks. We'll move on to board committee reports. Kirk.
Yeah, I just wanted to report Supervisor Holmes and I, as the board's aware, serve on the Placer County Transportation Planning Agency Board, and we were delivered some exciting news at our last meeting by the Executive Director, and that is that all of the advanced planning that has been done for the 8065 interchange construction has now cleared environmental review. So we have a project that is now truly shovel ready if we have the funds to build it, have the design work is done, the environmental work is done, and we can actually, if we have the funds to build the project, we can go ahead and build it. So I just want to let the board know.
All right, good. Jim.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I need to address the board about the transient population in North Auburn. Over the last several weeks, there have been an increasing number of confrontations between transients, people in the parking lots, community members, and the Sheriff's Department. Just a couple weeks ago, there was a fire started in the Deer Ridge, that threatened the Deer Ridge community in North Auburn, started by a transient. The last 2 weeks, there have been some dramatic increases in confrontations. 2 transients were hit by a car on Atwood Road, killing one of them. Last week, one of our employees was harassed as he came back from lunch, going back to work. We have employees who wait in their cars before going into the workplace to make sure there are no transients hanging around. Last Thursday, 3 county employees were attacked. One of them was knocked down. Now we have employees that are arming themselves with pepper spray. And then a violent confrontation with a transient demonstrating violent and threatening behavior. Thankfully, the Sheriff's Department was able to subdue him and arrest him. And I want to thank the Sheriff's Department for the tremendous job they're doing in providing safety for the community of North Auburn. But we're clearly not providing our employees a safe workplace. I've been to 3 homeless shelters in different counties. Those shelters have been away from population centers. We're trying to put a square peg in a round hole, and it's not working. And I want to see the shelter overflow closed as soon as possible, and then take a hard look at the shelter itself. That shelter is in the wrong place. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Jennifer.
Thank you. Wanted to report that Supervisor Holmes and I both attended the RCRC annual conference up in Squaw Valley. There were a number of very interesting and valuable presentations. I'm sure that Supervisor Holmes took away some additional information in some of those presentations. Very interesting presentation, particularly on the very murky future for cannabis in California. Which just really reinforced my belief that this is an issue that we are probably going to be revisiting multiple times over the next few years. Supervisor Holmes, was there anything else on that you wanted to add?
Well, regarding the marijuana issue that the state has been putting into our laps, it's kind of like opening the door to Toontown. It's going to be very bizarre when all this rolls out. I think we should put off our discussion regarding the marijuana issue until after November 8th, but that would be up to the rest of the board. But yeah, very concerning about how it's rolling out, and we're getting all kinds of different perspective from different people and organizations.
There was also a very interesting presentation, had some folks from the state there, had someone from the public policy, PPIC, Institute of California. I knew that I would get it if I thought about it, talking about the increases in crime that we've been seeing in California, and interestingly across the nation, particularly as it related to AB 109. And trying to determine if there was actually tracking that could correlate increases in crime with AB 109. The general consensus was we seem to see crime on the rise throughout the nation, and that in states that have not adopted AB 109 style reform, and I use that word knowing what that means, we've seen very, very similar increases in crime. So I think there's a lot of follow-up to do. There was still a great deal of question around Proposition 47 and the implications of that. Everyone agreed that we really didn't have enough data since the passage of Prop 47 to draw any conclusion about increases in crime as it relates specifically to Prop 47, but that probably within the next year that data should exist, and there probably will be some conclusions that can be drawn at that time. But I think it was a very worthwhile expenditure of our time. It was at Squaw Valley, so I got to sleep in my own bed each night, which was very nice. But RCRC has been just a really terrific platform, I think, for vetting some of these issues that are of concern to all of us at the county, and just wanted to make sure that you all knew that we were well represented. And we had a great basket as well for the raffle.
Yes, I want to shout out to Maura Rowe from the Placer County Visitors Bureau. She put this nice little picnic basket. What happens is every county brings a basket, and then we buy raffle tickets to raise funds for the president of the Rural County Representatives of California. That's RCRC. But so usually when a supervisor wins the basket, they give it back and then we auction it off. But the one that Maura from Placer Visitors Bureau provided was no one was going to send that basket back. I mean, it was tremendous. It was really, really nice. And actually, a supervisor from Tehama County won it, and he says, "Boy, my wife's been looking for something like this for a long time." So go Maura Road. That was really great. It's just RCRC is a great organization. There's 32 rural counties that belong to that, and we look out for the interests of rural counties. So it's a great organization, and I'm proud to be a part of it.
Okay, if there are no more Supervisor reports, we're going to take up our 9:05 timed item, where Supervisor Holmes is going to present a commendation to Kara Sutter on her retirement from our Youth Commission. Jim.
Kara, here, oh, there she is. Come on down. You can stand it there. It's my great honor to present this commendation to Kara. This is a matter of a commendation recognizing Kara Sutter and her contribution to the community through her ongoing dedication to the Placer County Youth Commission. Whereas Kara Sutter retired from Placer County Health and Human Services in August, and after nearly 20 years of service. In addition to working as a health educator, Kara has served as staff person for the Placer County Youth Commission since its inception in 2009. Whereas Kara has consistently devoted her time, energy, and skill to educating residents throughout Placer County on how to make improvements in their lives. In addition to giving 110% in service to the Youth Commission. Kara is known for her support and involvement and her ability to help youth arrive at creative solutions to issues, and my, how you've done that. Whereas under the direction of the Placer County Youth Commission, under her direction, the Placer County Youth Commission passed social host ordinances in the cities of Rockland and Roseville to hold adults more accountable for allowing minors to consume alcohol, which brought increased awareness of mental health issues to local high schools and established the Placer County Youth Commission's annual Youth Impact Awards, which recognize the positive contributions and accomplishments of Placer County youth. And whereas Kara is known to coworkers, which many of them are here, youth commissioners, family and friends for her consistently optimistic outlook and her dedication and wise approach to ensuring that the focus remains on the positive attributes of our youth. Multiple youth commissioners, both past and present, credit Kara with providing them with a high set of standards for themselves that will help to ensure that they have the skills they need to become happy and successful adults. Now therefore let it be known that the above commendation was duly passed by the Board of Supers of the County of Placer on behalf of the citizens of Placer County on Tuesday, October 11th, and recognizes Kara Sutter for her consistent, caring, invaluable service to the youth of Placer County through her work with the Placer County Youth Commission, and wishes her all the best on her future endeavors. Congratulations, and I will miss you.
I wasn't expecting this. I kind of like being behind the scenes and thought I'd sneak out silently. But thank you very much, Board of Supervisors, and especially thank you for back in 2009 approving a Placer County Youth Commission. And I would just say that it's been an honor to work with my Placer County coworkers in a number of divisions. That's what was fun with the Youth Commission. I got to meet all sorts and work with different departments, as well as our community partners. We've got a great community, and most of all, the young people of this county. And I would just say, too, maybe now more than ever, listen to our young people, ask them their opinion, and consider their input and their best interests in our decision-making here and everywhere. And that's the best way to ensure an engaged, positive, active community. So thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, first of all, I want to thank you for turning that youth commission into something that is such a focal point of pride, not only amongst this board and our county, but people in the community. It's really fun when I have parents who talk to me and say, my kid got on the youth commission, and they're very excited about it. And it's because of the environment that you help create in making kids realize they can be impactful, that by getting engaged, they can be impactful. And I want this board to know that not only have you done a great job there, but I've had the pleasure of knowing your son, Gavin, for a number of years as one of my daughter's best friends. And I see what a magnificent job you've done at home with youth in raising such a fine young man. And it's no wonder that our Youth Commission became the wonderful institution that it is today because of the way that you personally model that in your life. So thank you very much for your commitment.
Robert.
Jim, you're not done yet, Kara.
Well, when the Youth Commission was started in 2009, it was a collaborative effort, and I have to recognize a couple people here that have worked closely with the Youth Commission and keeping my office informed and apprised, and one is Ruth Owls. Ruth is my trustee aide. Thank you, Ruth.
Oh, hi.
And then now Leah Rosasco, now my gal Friday, that is there all the time for it. So I just need to recognize them and thank them for the help that they've done putting this Youth Commission together and make it such a success. Thanks again, Kara.
And I need to thank Supervisor Holmes' support and champion this Youth Commission wouldn't have happened without you and the support we get from your staff. And I welcome, and all of you that have listened to these commissioners, they're going to be knocking at your door this year, I think, so welcome them again. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Kara, you're not quite done. You're not quite done. I wanted to take the opportunity, Kara, to say thank you as well. Today, you're probably aware, is the International Day of the Girl.
Yes.
And you have been just a wonderful role model for young women and girls in Placer County and have created an opportunity for them on the Youth Commission to really explore and expand their horizons and their opportunities. And so I just think the timing of this commendation from Supervisor Holmes to you in conjunction with the International Day of the Girl is absolutely perfect. Thank you so much for your hard work on behalf of both girls and boys. And best of luck and enjoy all your time in retirement. I'm sure you're ridiculously busy already. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now take up our 9:10 timed item, which is to receive an update on the fairgrounds and to consider authorizing the Director of Public Works and Facilities to negotiate an agreement with South Plaza Tourism. Mark.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of your board. Mark Rideout from Public Works and Facilities. I'll try to be brief today given the length of your agenda. First of all, we're here to provide an update on the Fair Association and the Fairgrounds Revitalization Committee. And then to ask, as Chair Wygant stated, that you authorize the Director of Public Works and Facilities to negotiate agreements with Placer Valley Tourism, which could potentially lead to their operation of the fairgrounds, including the annual fair, and then also through that to look at a feasibility analysis for an indoor sports and event center. And the intent there really is to receive direction from your board with the idea that we would return at a future date for your consideration and potential approval of these agreements. As you're aware, the fair property is located in Roseville on 61 acres near Washington Boulevard and Junction. It's been operating since 1937. Next year will be the 80th fair held at this site. Through the economic downturn in 2010, the state withheld their traditional annual support of fairs statewide. The Placer County Fair lost about $200,000 a year in operational support through that action. Some of the money is starting to come back after that hiatus, about 3 years. They received $40,000 this year, but that really doesn't go very far to support their operations. They've had to make a number of difficult choices regarding staffing, and that's affected site maintenance, marketing, and also financial accounting of the site. Nationwide fairs and the entities that operate them rely on interim event rentals, and this site is no different. The fair is essentially 4 days, and the rest of the operations year-round support that. And the aging facilities, many of these are 80 years old. The sewer and electrical infrastructure is aging. Jones and Johnson Hall were built in the 50s. It's interesting to note that Jones Hall is 11,300 square feet, and today it's the largest public event facility available for rent by community organizations in the county. Johnson Hall, the other large building on site shown on this map, is about 6,000 square feet. As we started talking about all of these challenges, your board awarded a contract with the RCH group, who helped us evaluate what would it mean to revitalize the site, relocate the fairgrounds, or close the fairgrounds. We went through an RFP process that your board helped us with. We weren't successful in finding a new operator for the site. And they also recommended that we appoint a Fairgrounds Revitalization Committee. And your board did that in the beginning of 2015. There are 11 citizens from diverse backgrounds who have met with us 19 times to discuss many items regarding the fairgrounds. And there are a number here in the audience. If they could raise their hands, the Fairgrounds Revitalization Committee's represented here by a number of the members. There are also members from Placer Valley Tourism, and interested citizens, people from the Fair Association, and the fair industry in the audience that may speak later at the conclusion. So with the RFP not being successful, your board extended the fairgrounds, and I'll use PCFA, Placer County Fair Association is the acronym today, PCFA's operating agreement through the end of 2018. So I talked a moment ago about the state bringing back funding, and as a condition of that, the state required some financial auditing, and your Auditor Controller's Office conducted 4 financial reviews and an audit. They did that work earlier this year. The audit identified some deficiencies in internal control and record keeping, exacerbated by the low staffing levels. And Mr. Sisk presented these a number of recommendations to the Fair Board earlier this summer. And it was really centered around better record keeping, training for staff, and reporting budget to actuals. And the Fair Board, wholeheartedly endorsed these recommendations, and they're working to make many of those improvements. The fairground has continued to operate successfully this year. They've had an uptick in the number of interim event rentals. They've run a race series that continues to implement operating restrictions to be a good neighbor to the community. The fair shows a bit of a net loss this year. That's attributable to increased marketing and entertainment expense. And the report before you talks about a loss in the Speedway, although they haven't had one of their large events yet this year. So the 2016 financials are still incomplete. So I'm just going to skip ahead because really the meat of the discussion today is about the future of the fairground site, and just to talk a little bit about, well, actually, you know what? So just show you some images from the fair. It was very well attended this year. The agricultural events that our youth are very engaged in were successful. There was a lot of community involvement. The pageant provides opportunities for young women in the community to take leadership roles and support our community. There were lots of community members that came out with their arts and crafts, and I think the strawberry habanero jelly took first place this year. We had a wine garden that some of facilities staff helped develop for the Fair Association, where we had Placer County wines available for sale for the first time this year. There were lots of attractions to amuse people. There were entertainment opportunities. There was a race on Saturday. And it was generally a very, very well attended, although the heat was a bit of a challenge this year. To kind of jump back, the Fair Revitalization Committee has provided staff with a lot of advice. Your board allocated $200,000 for fairgrounds repairs last year, and we've done a lot of brainstorming with them about what are the best ways to employ those dollars, and partnering with local Boy Scout troops and the Northern California Construction Training Group. We made a lot of repairs and were able to really spruce things up before the fair this year. But this year, what the Fairgrounds Revitalization Committee really focused on were 3 things: the operations, the repair, and the vision. And I'd like to talk about the vision for a few moments. they stepped back and they really looked at why do we have the fairgrounds? What does this provide? And its purpose really is to promote our youth and positive values, work ethic. It's building connections and understanding, volunteerism in our community, and to provide opportunities for health and recreational and stimulating our minds. There are values that are, endorsed by us all, that we want to have this Placer identity, that it needs to be something that's authentic and quality. I mean, we really need to bring the quality up also in attitudes and in the facilities. So they talked a lot about different concepts and how could you do that. What are the existing uses on site that can further emphasize community? I talked about the size of Jones and Johnson Hall. There are lots of community service organizations that rely on those for their crab feeds, and folks have weddings out there, and the Fairgrounds Revitalization Committee clearly wants those opportunities to continue. And then looking ahead, what's the vision? What are some of the things like culinary demonstrations and an urban farm and local festivals surrounding our agricultural products that can really draw people to this site? One of the challenges that this area particularly faces is you look in a 25-mile radius, you have the State Fair, you have Yolo Fair, you have El Dorado County Fair, you have the Nevada County Fair, there's Sunsplash, there's Six Flags a little further away. So really, how can you draw people to this site? And the Fairgrounds Committee believes that it's this authentic vision that they really want to drive. So they had some really difficult discussions looking at the opportunities that RCH put forth. The one that nobody clearly likes to talk about would be to close the fairgrounds. And it does have the benefits, if the property were repurposed, there would be some proceeds from the sale of that. But, would the fair continue or not? There's a lot of things I talked about earlier that would suffer if the fair did cease to exist. If we kept the existing site and it were sustainably operated, it is in a central location. There are opportunities to revitalize the property. Some visionary people can come forward. But the facilities are very aged, and it is a constrained site. RCH's analysis of relocating the fair, they looked at a plug-and-play model, about 25 acres, $40 million in construction cost. Those facilities could be custom designed, but it is expensive, and the site, we don't have a site in mind, and some of the ones that have been talked about on the west or north parts of the county, there are infrastructure timing issues that would take 5 to 10 years to deliver such a site. And if we were to do that, you still have the existing site and that community support that we want to continue. So there were some very difficult discussions the committee had. So through all of this, and the interesting thing is, and I'll kind of jump back and forth a little bit, we'll talk about Placer Valley tourism, but as the committee was deliberating this summer about what to recommend to your board in this annual report, Placer Valley Tourism came forward with an opportunity to provide stimulus to the site. So the committee voted on this recommendation and they reaffirmed it at their meeting in September. And really, they believe that keeping the fair and the fairgrounds at the existing site could best serve us today. It's in the center of the community. It has existing facilities. It can continue on. They think that Placer Valley Tourism seems to support the vision, the tradition, the identity, the authenticity, and through this idea of a new event center, they believe that it could really be an exciting partnership. And so they endorse these concepts. Before I go on, I want to talk a moment about Placer Valley Tourism, and Mr. Attaway, David Attaway, the CEO of Placer Valley Tourism, I'd like him to speak after I do to kind of embellish some of the remarks, but just to talk a bit about his organization. They're a California nonprofit corporation, and their mission really is to bring people to our communities and support the hotel industry. And that organization is currently supported by an assessment on each hotel night, and they have a mechanism set to raise that support in January to do something visionary. And they looked at, their expertise really is bringing tournaments to the region. They identified sort of November to February as the period where they have a low season, and what would be the events that they could bring in the winter months. They hired a nationally recognized company in 2015, Hunden Strategic Partners, to look at this concept and really found that you could have a sustainable facility that brings cheer and volleyball and girls flag and those sort of indoor sports to the region. and really drive a lot of economic development. This May, Hunden presented that to the community, and given some of Placer Valley Tourism's ongoing or commitments at that time, they were really saying it was a 5 to 10 year vision. They've subsequently come back and said there may be an opportunity to accelerate a vision at the fairgrounds, and we'd like to explore that, and that's our recommendation today. And that would be for 100 to 180,000 square foot building on the site. And I'll just run through some slides to kind of detail that a little bit before I turn it over to Mr. Attaway. The concept is really to revitalize the fairgrounds with a new event center and to create an authentic Placer place that could be a home for these sorts of things we've been talking about, to drive economic development. And a statistic that's kind of interesting, most of our population is centered there. 65% of our residents live within a 10-minute drive or a 10-mile radius of the fairgrounds today. That concept of quality, that it would be a first-class site, it would be something people would want to go to. They'd be drawn to this place. And it would really carry that quality into the county fair, partnering with the existing network of volunteers that drive that event, partnering with experts that could run a sustainable racing series with fewer but more successful events. Again, continuing this tradition of being a good neighbor. Quickly, some of the physical concepts would be this building that could support these indoor sports, revitalizing the 2 large halls on site, which have restroom and kitchen challenges, looking at ways to reconfigure the traffic flow on and off site to reduce the impacts to neighborhoods, repairing the parking lots, which are aged asphalt that really needs tree cover, adequate lighting. And one of the things that a lot of folks have talked about is the streetscape along Washington. And there's a concept that you could build a berm and really kind of clean up and enhance that entrance and that public face to the fairgrounds. The Speedway is in need of a facelift. The RV campground provides, and it's kind of interesting to think about this, and through my involvement with the Fair Association, I've come to understand that the RV campground provides an affordable place for folks who are visiting family members staying at Sutter or Kaiser, perhaps. When they're supporting their families, they can stay in the RV campground. So there is a need in the community for that to continue, and in this concept, it would be relocated on the site and cleaned up to be more appealing. The livestock barns would be cleaned up, and one of Placer Valley Tourism's concepts is to look at those for corporate events or family gatherings, that with some pampas grass and tiki torches, you could have a company picnic there and really have that connection with the community. Continuing to be a good neighbor, looking at light and sound containment, pulling out some of the buildings that are just past the end of their useful life that really need to be taken out. And I understand small animal people in the audience, there would be provisions made for those to go on in the future. But one of the really exciting things as an architect, I'm really excited about this concept because just enhancing the pedestrian experience, reducing the asphalt, improving wayfind, providing landmarks so people visiting the fairgrounds can really get around and enjoy the site. There are some exciting potential concepts in this that will be explored. The idea of a small commercial kitchen that farmers could come and can their fruits and to further put Placer Grown out there. To relook at the performance spaces and have some smaller venue that can have advanced acoustics to support some of the pageants and interim events. And just with our climate and to give some visual interest and relief from the heat, some sort of a water feature as a concept. Placer Valley Tourism does have capacity to bond for about $30 million. The interesting thing on the collateral for that, because they're a business improvement district and it would be funded through that increment on the hotels, there's no buildings or land requires collateral. But Placer Valley Tourism is looking for partners. They're talking about partnering with the county, they're talking about partnering with the city. And I'd like to say to you that it could be costly. I hesitate to put numbers out there, but is it 10%? Is it a 20% county match? Is it $5 million? Is it several $1 million? We don't know. We haven't had those conversations, but I want to put a large number out before you to have in your mind that if we were to come back with something to recommend before your board, there would be an ask of the county. Hesitate to put numbers out there. So as I said earlier, Placer Valley Tourism is a marketing expert. They really have a strong record in this. They have some exciting ideas about new sectors, building on the Berry Festival, to look at other agricultural. There aren't rice or almond or nut festivals, and so to capture those and really tie agriculture back to our urban communities. This idea of revitalizing the existing buildings and looking at new ways to market them to make them more attractive, but still hit that price point for the community service organizations. Some of the financial projections that we've seen from Placer Valley Tourism that we're vetting with the Economic Development Division of the county, in a stabilized year, they're saying there could be 40,000 room nights. You could have $15 million coming into the community. Some large numbers over 20 years. You could have 300 full-time equivalent positions operating this site. And then the construction jobs, too, is really important, that initial and as we revitalize the site, it have a significant impact on the community. So just to run through the concept quickly, and this is kind of where I'll segue to Mr. Attaway in a moment. The yellow building to the left would be a place where the event center potentially could go. On the west side, and I know it's always hard when you're using the pointer, but the idea about bringing a new entrance, perhaps off Junction, you could funnel perhaps 60% of the traffic onto the site without coming through the existing neighborhoods. And the idea is it would be about the same number of folks there today. If you did have a new building on the site, those people would be indoors, they'd be enjoying the site, about the same number of parking places. I guess I'm hesitating because it's always hard to point at the screen and the folks at home can't really see what I'm doing, but basically on this drawing, the white buildings are existing. The yellow ones would be the new buildings conceptually. The yellow building at the top could be where the culinary building might go, and the concept is to create districts, so that would sort of be the ag district at the north end of the site, the recreation district at the west, the race district to the east. One of the really exciting things is this sense of entry and arrival. That you'd have the berm along Washington Boulevard that would screen it to the community and provide, cleaned up marquee advertising events at the fairgrounds. As you come from Junction, you could have this sense of arrival coming onto the site. The race district where you've removed some of that asphalt and you have and one of the interesting things about the wayfinding concept too is parents are out there with their kids, you can have these icons, meet me by the checkered pole at 3 p.m. And so to really make the whole site work cohesively for pedestrians and visitors. This is a view kind of from inside the barns, that concept of cleaning them up, looking over towards the new event center where that potentially could be in the future. And then this is what the building may look like if it were to go forward. There's an example in Myrtle Beach that they've studied when they did the economic analysis, and that's kind of this vision. And really, from the moment people park in this new facility to have that sense of arrival and really the feeling of quality that I think we've all been looking for at the fairgrounds. So with that, again, I'd like to reiterate that we recommend that you direct our department to talk with Placer Valley Tourism to explore this concept further, to come back to your board. And then this is the annual point at which I recommend that your board not exercise its option to non-renew the fairgrounds agreement. So essentially to let them continue past December of this year, the end of December. And that would give the Placer County Fair Association the ability to run the 2017 county fair and contract for interim events out through 2018. So what I'd like to do, Chair, is ask Mr. Attaway to come and provide some additional clarification. He has a few remarks.
You bet. Thanks, Mark.
Thank you.
David. And David, just for the audience and the public, if you could give a brief background of your organ. We all know who you are and what you do, but if you could frame it with that, I think would be helpful. Thanks.
Certainly. Good morning, Chairman Wygant and supervisors. Placer Valley Tourism is a business improvement district. It's not tax funded. It represents the 23 hotels in Roseville, Rockland, and Lincoln. And as Mark pointed out, there's an assessment that it was requested by the hotels, put on themselves to generate funds to drive overnight stays. Our primary vision ultimately was to how do we fill a business hotel on the weekend? So most of it has been sports, and the reason why we're focused now on November through February or February-March is we've been successful with outdoor sports, and now we need to move on into the winter to solidify that. So, again, Mark did an excellent job, and had I seen this, I could probably cut this down, but I'll go through it quickly here. On behalf of Placer Valley Tourism Board, they unanimously supported this proposal. I'm proud to be in front of you this morning to discuss this most exciting public-private project for the Placer County Fairgrounds. The county, working through its Fairgrounds Revitalization Committee, has gone through a comprehensive study to find out what the best future options for the fairgrounds is. Originally, they were looking for a private business to come in and refurbish and operate the complex. What became apparent was that a for-profit business solution didn't exist. What was needed was an organization that loved our county as much as you, and additionally had the financial capacity and business acumen to bring this event site into the 21st century. Placer Valley is one of the leading economic drivers of the capital region, and we believe this proposal will continue to strengthen that position while at the same time provide a phenomenal resource for which all of our citizens can be proud. To that end, Placer Valley Tourism hired Williams & Patton, and they are the people who did the conceptual designs that you saw today, to help us conceptualize what an overall site plan might look like. Execution of this plan would establish and maintain what we're calling a Placer Place, a home for events, fairs, meetings, performances, festivals, and tournaments that enrich the lives of our county residents, creating community and driving economic development and impact. The unique site puts, as Mark pointed out to you, 65% of the Placer County residents within 10 miles of this site. This number only grows as our county continues to grow. The major components of the program are, one, be a good neighbor. This entails significant cleanup, which you've seen, a new traffic plan which Mark outlined for you, that reduces the impact of the egress and parking on the local neighborhood. Improvements to sound and light containment, these are very important issues, and since I live blocks away from the site, I recognize how critical they are to our neighborhood. Second, work with the Fair Board and other committed parties to create a sustainable, community, agricultural-focused fair that continues to attract residents and visitors alike to celebrate, learn, and enjoy both the heritage and, as importantly, the future of Placer County. The creation of a new 125,000 square foot event center, along with the modernization of existing meeting spaces on the raceway. This new structure will be a catalyst for the revitalization of the entire site, making it an ideal event location suiting the needs of our growing county. Perfect for indoor sporting tournaments, meetings, trade shows, and more. Along with these modernizations, asphalt will be removed to create a more pedestrian and less vehicular inter-event campus, unveiling a Placer Place. A Placer Place will be ideally suited to meet the multifaceted event needs, whether it's racing, festivals, concerts, circuses, meetings, and very importantly, our fair. Working with Bill McAnally Racing to revive a sustainable racing series, the goal will be to have fewer but more successful events while expanding the variety of the events offered. Financially, as Mark pointed out, we've already been researching our capacity and have worked with a financial advisor to ensure that we have the capabilities of obtaining at least $30 million in bond proceeds. And equally important is none of the land, buildings, or any other improvements are used as collateral. Solely our assessments flow is used as the collateral for these bond structures. The economic impact, I think Mark laid out to you, is pretty strong over the course of the time period and will certainly add to the enhancement of our community and our values. While we don't know the entire impact of the site in terms of economics, we know that just the event center is estimated to bring $369 million in total spending over 20 years. New earnings are projected to be $106 million over the same period, supporting 308 full-time equivalencies. The construction impact totals more than $11 million and from local material spend, as well as the $11 million in spend from earnings, as well as 70 construction jobs. As we all know, there is much more work to be done if we are going to bring this vision to reality. We are requesting the opportunity to work with the county staff to quickly define the details of an agreement for this concept, including operations, lease, development, financing, for both my board and for you to review. Before closing, if I might take one more minute, I'd like to express my extreme gratitude to the county staff. Ken, Mark, Susie, Nick, Lori have all been extremely responsive. We've done a lot of work in a very short period of time to bring this to this point, and they've been an amazing help. Additionally, I want to personally thank my board, who invested in to bring Williams and Patton on so that we could provide you with this concept and option. And also, especially Wendy Garrick, who's here from not only my board, but the Roseville Chamber has been working tirelessly, as well as our chairman, our vice chairman from our board, Heather Hilton, is also in the audience. And additionally, even though Jack Patton is out of town today and couldn't be with us, his team did a yeoman's amount of work in about a third of the amount of time they're used to working on this. So I truly believe this will be a remarkable addition to Placer County, and thank you for the opportunity.
Thanks, Dave.
Mm-hmm.
So I've concluded my remarks. Thank you.
Okay, so are there any questions or comments by board members at this point? Kirk?
Yeah, Mr. Chair. First, Mark, as we're discussing facilities, knowing that our Placer County Clerk, Recorder, Registrar of Voters is also a member of the Fair Board, and he's looking for a warehouse, think maybe we could sneak one on here sometime?
There's that old small animal barn.
No, actually, it's really close to his house, so that might work on his way home. I had the chance to meet with David and Wendy, and I want to thank Wendy for her help in facilitating a number of conversations. As the board knows, as a former Fair Board member myself, my attitude about this has long been, let's either be all in or all out. And I haven't liked this limping along that we've been doing. I had some thoughts about a different location, but with a partner like this that is willing to come forward and invest a significant amount of capital in upgrading that facility, with what I've seen and heard in terms of the commitment of working with the neighbors to reduce the impacts primarily of the racing. Maybe fewer races, but with those races that we have being of a grander stature, if you will. I'm thrilled by this opportunity, and I really appreciate not only David bringing this forward and working with the county, but the way that the Fair Revitalization Committee has embraced this idea and is encouraging us to take a deeper look at it, and the Fair Board itself. Because as a former member of the Fair Board, I can tell you we can be a bit territorial about our fairgrounds, and yet I think, and I don't pretend to speak for Mr. Dave Henry, who's president of the Fair Board right now, but I think the Fair Board realizes this is really a great opportunity to keep the fair going in a location that's central within the county, and we know that with the ancillary uses going on throughout the year, provide that stable platform for the fair to be able to continue in perpetuity in this location. So I just want to say thank you for getting us to this point.
Jack?
Yeah, I echo the words of Supervisor Euler. The fairgrounds has been very challenging since I came on to the Board of Supervisors in 2010, or actually beginning of 2011. And I think we've done quite a bit of work to alleviate a lot of the noise concerns. I know one of the first things that we did in 2011 was have a forum where we brought the neighbors together along with the racing folks to kind of talk through some of the issues that were happening. And moving forward from that, this is a very unique opportunity because it comes from the community. It's something that all of the folks that have been utilizing the fairgrounds and have vision for the fairgrounds to take it in a different direction. It doesn't mean that we can't do other things outside in different areas, but I think this is the type of an opportunity that we need to look into and see what that potential could be. I know that they've just scratched the surface of what the potential of the fairgrounds is, and I think with a little bit more work and collaboration between the interested parties in our community, the groups, as well as the county and the city and Placer Valley Tourism and other interested parties, it could be something that we can all be proud of. So I'd be very supportive of taking a look at what the possibilities could be. So.
Jennifer.
Yeah, I want to just sort of amplify a little bit upon Kirk and Jack's comments. I think this is a great vision. I think we've all struggled with what the future of the fairgrounds would look like, and the committee has come up, working with Placer Valley Tourism, with something that I think has real benefit for everyone in Placer County, including the cities and including the city of Roseville. I just want to confirm that we have been really working closely with the city of Roseville on this vision as well, and that none of this will come as a surprise to them.
Yeah, they have, and one of the nice things, Placer Valley Tourism spent quite a bit of time at the very outset speaking to all the different stakeholder groups, including the city, the ag folks, and yes, they have been. We will continue to.
Okay, and then just a second clarification is, item 2A2 on this says that we're being asked to authorize the Director of Public Works and Facilities or designee to negotiate agreements, et cetera. It doesn't say so in this language, but can we just clarify that this is to enter into negotiations on these agreements, not enter into actual agreements?
Exactly, yeah. The idea is that we would come back and potentially provide you with something to consider.
Terrific. Just the language wasn't in there, so I just wanted to make sure that
no, there's nothing.
This was not an action being requested of us that may have more implications than we expected. And then last, I just want to apologize in case anyone can hear, I am dog sitting for my in-laws, so if you hear barking, I apologize. It's the dog in my office. He's fine.
We're used to it.
Maybe we should ask the dog.
Yeah.
He's just a little high maintenance.
Jim.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mark, I want to thank you for your leadership on this project and this great presentation that you gave us. I also want to thank Lisa Worthington for her leadership and your Fairgrounds Revitalization Board, and Mr. Greg Hayward out there that has kind of kept this fair going throughout the last 2 or 3 years. So thank you, Greg. And I appreciate Mr. McAnally and Mr. Attaway bringing this presentation forward to me. I'm excited about it. It's really going to put Placer County Fair on the map, and plus as an event center, and it'll be a great amenity to Roseville too. So I don't know what we're waiting for. Let's move forward and get this thing going.
One thing we're waiting for is asking the public if they have any.
Oh, I know that. I know that. Okay.
Is there any comment from the public or questions?
Good morning, Chairman Wygant and Supervisors. I'm David Henry. I'm the current president of the Placer County Fair Association. I've been through Mr. Attaway's presentation twice, once with the Revitalization Committee and once with our own board, last month at our board meeting. First, I want to thank him for his presentation. It was a very excellent design. I think it's perfectly designed for our fair, and it's a shot in the arm the fair needs to continue to exist in the current location. I want to thank Mark and the county staff. They've worked with us in the Revitalization Committee for the past couple of years. He's been to I don't know how many of our meetings, board meetings and committee meetings. We've also had city staff from Roseville there, so they are well aware of the issues the fairgrounds face. And I know you've had tough decisions ahead of you of whether to address the infrastructure issues with the fairgrounds, the electrical, the sewer. It almost seems daily we come up with another challenge, and it's been difficult. We've gotten further behind on our maintenance issues, and I think this would be a catalyst for not only the fairgrounds but for the community and the calendar and the county itself to see it go forward with the negotiations through the county staff. I want to thank both Mr. Supervisor Euler and Duran for their support. I know Kirk's out there every year helping judge our pageants, and I hope to see them in the future doing it. I hope to see all of you out there at our 80th fair next year, and I just urge you to support the item on your agenda today, and thank you.
Anyone else like to address this item?
Good morning. My name is Rick Lawrence. I'm a resident of Roseville. Born and raised in Placer County. I'm actually the 5th generation of a Placer County resident. I didn't know about a whole lot what was going on with the fairgrounds until about 2 weeks ago when I met with Mr. McAnally. Go back a little bit. I left Roseville in 1989. I went in the military. I just returned home in 2004. Traveled all over the country, lived in different towns, different states. There was never a sense of community like I felt in Placer County. That's why when I got out of the military, I decided to move home to Placer County. And it goes a little further than that. I actually purchased a home on Grove Street. One of the biggest reasons for that is it was near the fairgrounds. The fairgrounds of my family goes back several generations. Some of my best memories as a child were at the fairgrounds. I was actually almost born at the racetrack. Really, I was. My mom went into labor while we were watching the races. I just really want to support what you guys are doing for the fairgrounds. It sounds like there's a lot of people on board to make the fairgrounds a better place, not only for my children and their children and future generations, but for the community of Placer County. So thank you very much for the work you're putting into this.
Thank you.
And I would encourage you to leave it where it's at.
Next, please.
Good morning. My name is Michael Lehman. I'm the director of the Roseville Community Preschool. I'm here today not only on behalf of our current students, but on behalf of the thousands of students and their parents that have passed through our doors during the course of the last 60 years that we've been in operation on the fairgrounds. We're happy to see that the current master plan would allow for our continued operation by our school and our sister school, the Roseville Community School. As long-term tenants on the fairgrounds, we support PVT's efforts, and we hope the board will move forward with discussing with PVT the plan that's currently being considered. The school I'm referring to is the life's work of Bev Boss, who was my mother and mentor, who passed away this last February. And as a school, we hope to be able to carry on her legacy and also work collectively with PVT in doing so. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, Supervisors. My name is Kim Delgado Hoskinson. I have been a business owner in Roseville for 33 years. And over my tenure, I was reflecting on how many events I have been to at the fairgrounds, which had been anything from pageants to sports to a lot of racing, especially when I lived a couple blocks away, and to the fairs. And I am just so glad that this is coming forward. This is the shot in the arm that the fairgrounds needed, because some of the buildings aren't being utilized like they have been in the past because of the wear and tear that has been on them. But with this moving forward and some help along the way, I think a lot of the events that we had with the chamber, with the different organizations will come back to the fairgrounds, and it will be utilized more. And once again, we get to keep our fair. So I think this is just great. Thank you.
Thank you. Please come forward and state your name.
Good morning. My name is John Javidan. I'm the producer of Berry Fest. I live on Baseline Road in unincorporated Placer County. I am also the general manager and promoter of Dire World Scare Park, which is open till October 31st at the fairgrounds. I am in support of the program that David and the county's looking at. I got the opportunity to meet with David. I was grateful that he looked at festival input while planning this, and thank him for that. And just want to let you guys know that I do support this great idea. I assume that that's asphalt in the parking lot. It wasn't mentioned verbally, but I'm hoping it is. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Good morning. My name is Lisa Worthington, and I'm a member and chair of the Fairgrounds Revitalization Committee. Like Supervisor Euler said, we were also all in as a committee. We worked for 19 meetings tirelessly without compensation. You appointed a very diverse and interested group of folks, county residents, that came from all aspects, walks of life, but we were all equally committed to this mission and vision. The partnership with Placer Valley Tourism changed everything for us. We did go through a storming and norming phase, which is very normal, and we appreciate that you gave us an extended period of time, as you did this summer, to continue to work through that in order to for the county to present the most appropriate vision and alternative, which is to remain on site and to revitalize. The values of Placer County are well represented here. I am one of the members that live outside of a 10-minute drive to this location. So I did informally think to myself, does this represent a place that I would want to go with my family? And it definitely does. There are aspects of opportunity here that are unique to Placer County that can be built on, specifically the Agricultural Education Center, the Culinary Center it's referred to on the concept plan, as well as the corporate events that could bring in funds, and then also represent community and civic needs, meetings for Boy Scouts and other civic organizations or special events that families might need meeting space for, in addition to the sports indoor complex tourism drive. We are very pleased as a committee that you will support this vision. We're hopeful you will support this vision as we unanimously do. And thank you for appointing us and giving us the opportunity to help drive this forward.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Lee Bastion, I'm the vice chair of the committee and also the small animal barn superintendent, so I'm looking forward to a new small animal barn. I've spent 20 years in that old one out there, so I would look forward and ask you to continue to recommend to go forward.
Excellent.
Good morning, I'm Terry Gage. I'm a community leader for Mount Pleasant 4-H and current president of the Placer County 4-H Council. I'm here representing the 4-Hers in Placer County, many whom, when we found out about this, they wanted to be here, but considering the time of the day and the school needs, they couldn't. So just know the 4-H youth are very excited. On a separate note, I also work for the Agricultural Aircraft Association, so I'm very involved in the ag industry, and I'm so excited that this particular vision would expand our agricultural heritage here. You know, fairs have been challenged, through the recession, all the fairs across the state are really challenged. And changing the concept of the fair and making it an event center, I think, is really going to be a very beneficial driver for the entire county and for our youth. So I really encourage you to give this full consideration. It sounds like you've got it, but there you go. Thank you.
Thanks. Anyone else?
Good morning. My name is Travis. I reside in Roseville, California. I wasn't privy to any of this, but I heard it somewhere. I kind of forget, but if you build it, they will come, is what it seems like. It could be, Placer's own little mini Disneyland. Going back to the youth, though, what I heard is children are not ready to learn when you're ready to teach. And what this means is I grew up in 4-H, And I didn't know at the time, I was learning all these things, how much is the feed cost, budgeting, projecting out, and all this stuff I was absorbing I didn't know at the time. And all this was through the fairgrounds. And turns out, 20 years later, own my own business, and it was a huge learning experience where I didn't get through regular schooling. This was all out of school and through community projects like this. So you gotta keep it. But thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Dennis Johnson. I'm currently on the Placer County Fair Board. I'm currently in my second term. I'd like to thank all of you for helping support the fair and giving us an opportunity to continue to run the fairgrounds for you. Mark's been wonderful. He's been at all the meetings. Our relationship with the county, I hope, is greatly improved than it was in the past, including our relationship with the city of Roseville has greatly improved as well. You're aware of the economic downturn, hurt us really bad as far as us as a fair board. I find it absolutely amazing that we have managed to do so well, even though we may not have a profit right now, but I believe it will by the end of the year. It's quite amazing how few people have stepped up and went to bat for the fairgrounds. Myself as a volunteer, Dave Henry, it's nice to see that the community is coming together. This opportunity is great. I hope it happens. If not, we will still be there to run the fair and to provide a fiduciary responsibility to you and the community to do the best we can. So thank you again for all your support, and have a good day.
Good morning. My name is Sandy Bryan. I am a business owner in Roseville. I started producing antique shows for the city in 2009, downtown Roseville. And in 2014, because of the development of the city, I'm an antique show producer, and because of the development of the city of Roseville, I had to move my show from outside when they started rebuilding and creating the plaza to an indoor facility. And through a lot of research and time, like Mark Rydell said, I had to find a facility that was really large. The largest facility in Placer County within Roseville is Jones Hall. And so I've been at Jones Hall since 2014, and my show has become nationally recognized as one of the largest, from coast to coast flea market in different magazines and stuff. So I'm a huge advocate for the fairgrounds. I produce that show 3 times a year in Jones Hall because it is the largest facility, and I'd like to expand it, and I'd like to go bigger, but there's constant threat of the show closing, or the fairgrounds, closing. So I don't want to expand knowing that I would have to do as a service to my customers and my vendors. So I'm really excited about the opportunity that at the opportunity that you guys are presenting, because it is an opportunity for me to be able to expand my business to create something more, even larger to the fairgrounds. So great presentation, Mark. And your staff down at the fairgrounds has been awesome and tremendous doing with what little they have. And I just want to commend them too, because they are great partners for me to work with. My business is family owned. We have worked together, on the streets in 2009, starting at 3 o'clock in the morning, me and my husband, my kids in a trailer, all the way down to the fairgrounds. And now the kids are in college, and it's just me and my husband and high school volunteers. But anyhow, I just want to thank you for the opportunity to speak. I congratulate you on keeping it up and bringing something to us that we can all be proud of. I'm also a resident of Los Cerritos. I live 2 blocks from the fairgrounds. So thank you for bringing us something to the community that we can be proud of. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Debbie Anderson, and I just happened on the agenda here for this Board of Supervisors, and I'm here because of this presentation that I didn't know what was going to be presented. But I am the chairman of the Friends of NRA for Roseville Rockland, and my biggest challenge is finding a location, a venue, that we can have our main event, our yearly event in, and grow. Okay? So when I hear this presentation today, I am ecstatic. And I am very, very pro this whole presentation, and I will, through the NRA, very much promote the new buildings and this whole deal. So thank you very much.
There will be sponsorship opportunities. I think a gun range right out there on that south side.
Good morning, Supervisors. My name is Rebecca Desmond, and I am the Deputy Executive Director of the California Fair Services Authority. I'm the former Director of the Division of Fairs for the California Department of Food and Agriculture. I was the Director when the funding was pulled, not my fault. I always have to clarify that. I just happened to be in the seat at the time. We became involved in this project, or not this particular project, but with the fairgrounds in the county early on, talking about risk management issues. But I come to you today as a resident of Roseville, a parent of a child who participates in the Placer County Fair. And this, and just to let you know, with my background in the industry, a public-private partnership like this is the envy of all fairgrounds in the state of California. And it's awesome. I think it's a beautiful plan. I think it helps the fair. I think long-term tenants like the schools are also a reason that the fairgrounds is still in business, and so I would like to see them still be included in the whole plan. But as a resident of Roseville, I think it is a wonderful proposal. As a fair professional, I think it's an even better proposal, and I'm very happy to see the county and the city and the Fair Association and everybody just all getting along and holding hands and making this project move forward. So thank you.
Anyone else want to address this issue? Seeing none, I'll just add my comments to my colleagues. One, I'll echo all of my colleagues. Come on down, please. State your name for the record. Yep.
Good morning, Greg Hagberg, General Manager of the Placer County Fair Association. I just want to thank the Board of Supervisors. I especially want to thank Ken and Mark and Rick and Susie and Lori with the county for all their hard work. I think there's a lot of people in this room that just, it's been 2 years now. Thank you, Jim. A lot of people in this room that really didn't understand what fair operations were all about. And I think now they do. We have a lot more support. I have a lot more support from the county. I want to thank you very much for that. But I do want to express that the Placer County Fair Association that has been there, all 80 years, is extremely interested in continuing on with the operations of the fair. Like Rebecca, I'm a fair guy. I enjoy the fair, I love the fair, but basically throughout the year, I'm a facility management person. I take care of all of that stuff with hardly any money. This is an incredible opportunity, not only for the county, but for the Fair Association and tourism, and I want to thank you all very much.
Thank you. So with that, then, I just want to echo the comments of my colleagues and a lot of the folks that have spoken here, but particularly want to thank the Fair Association, the Revitalization Committee, David, but Mark, especially you, the tremendous passion as we've limped along through these years, but have held on to this opportunity. And as a former 4-H'er who used to show my Jersey cows down there, I'm pleased to see that we have this great opportunity to hang on to a lot of our great history, but also embrace what the future looks like for these kinds of facilities. So with that, we need a motion from the board.
Well, just, Mr. Chairman, two quick things that I do want to address. First of all, to Greg's point, I do think that there is absolutely an ongoing role for the Fair Association, and I've already spoken with David about that. Tremendous expertise amongst members of the Fair Board on the particulars of what goes into putting on a good fair, from coordinating with the livestock folks to working with the community groups to get them out there with their food booths and all the rest. So I think that the Fair Association itself will continue. You'll just be able to offload an awful lot of the things that cause you headaches and keep you up at night when it comes to facilities management. That'll keep David up at night from this point forward. And then just to clarify one quick thing, Mr. Henry was very kind in his remarks. However, I do need to clarify that while I have been an MC for the Miss Placer County pageant for over 20 years, I've never been a judge for the Miss Placer County pageant.
What about a contestant?
I was a contestant under the name of Caitlin, I believe, was. But the reason that's important is 2 years ago the Fair Board did do an RFP for a pageant producer. That contract was actually awarded to my wife, and it would be quite the conflict of interest for me to serve as a judge for my wife's pageant. I do serve as the MC, which is not a conflict of interest. It is an obligation that I undertake gladly, though. So that, I just wanted to clarify that. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'd defer to the supervisor of the district to make a motion if you'd like to do so on this item.
Second.
Heard the motion and second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Thank
Thank
you.
you all very much. We will now take up our 9:40 timed item, which is Community Development Resources, and it is the Martis Valley West Specific Plan. So we'll let the dust settle here a little bit, and Stacy, you can kick it off. Back.
Those people were there for that.
Okay.
All these people were there for that.
Apparently. Okay, with all the exciting fair-going input having left the room, there's lots of seats for people, so please feel free to come in and find a seat and sit down. All right, just waiting for a little bit of this hubbub to subside. One group out, the next group in. Please come on in and find a seat. We are going to be moving to our 9:40 timed item. This is the Martis Valley West Parcel Specific Plan. We are not yet on our 10:30 item, so we are not yet at the park at Granite Bay. If you are here for that, we are moving to our 9:40 item, Martis Valley West Parcel Specific Plan. Okay, didn't want to create any unreasonable expectations here. All right, perfect timing. Our chairman's back. So far, we've just got everyone seated.
Well, carry on. Stacey, are you going to kick it off?
Good morning, Chair Wygant and fellow supervisors. I'm just waiting for my presentation.
Greg and Jeremy, do you have the Stacy's presentation?
I can talk if you'd like. It's just more exciting with pictures. I most certainly can. All right. I'll start again. Good morning, Chair Wygant and fellow supervisors. I am Stacy. I'm with the Tahoe City office up in Tahoe City. And on September 13th, I presented to you the Martis Valley West Parcel Specific Plan, of which at that hearing you guys considered the project, which consists of two components. There's a west parcel and an east parcel, which is located off of 267, which is in between the town of Truckee and Kings Beach. The project itself consists of the transfer of development rights from the east parcel to the west parcel. The Mars Valley Community Plan slated for 1,360 residential units, of which the project proposed is to transfer 760 of those units to the west parcel, while retiring 600 units, and then also take the 6.6 acres of commercial also from the east parcel to the west parcel. And then with that transfer, the east parcel would then be conserved in its entirety, so not only just the amoeba portion, which was slated for development, but the entire almost 6,400 acres of the east parcel for open space. And this would either be through a conservation easement or purchased by a land trust. At the September 13th hearing, the requested entitlements consisted of a specific plan, certification of an EIR, amend the Mars Valley Community Plan for 2 components, the land use diagram for the specific plan, together with the text amendment to the community plan for the emergency preparedness. Also, the supporting documents of the specific plan, the development standards and design guidelines, the 2 rezones that I just spoke of from the east parcel and the west parcel, a development agreement, and then the approval of a large lot vesting tentative map for the sole purposes of sale, lease, and finance. At that September 13th board hearing, the applicants made their presentation, of which at that time they announced a modification to the workforce housing proposal. At the September 13th board hearing, the board also considered public testimony, which consisted of folks in favor of the project and folks that opposed the project. And then, in summary, the reasons why are listed on this slide here. The chair of the board at the September 13th hearing did close the public hearing to further testimony, and during deliberation considered the project and tentatively took action to certify the Mars Valley West Parcel Specific Plan EIR and approve the specific plan and its associated entitlements. The board also separately took tentative action to approve the Mars Valley Community Plan amendment for the emergency preparedness, and then directed staff to come back with the required resolutions and ordinances for your adoption at today, October 11th's final action. As I mentioned, the applicants announced at the September 13th meeting that they modified their affordable housing proposal. The original affordable housing proposal consisted of 2 options, which were outlined in the original DA, and this consisted of either constructing the required 21 units on site or pay an in lieu fee. The applicants, with their modified proposal, came to staff and requested that they construct the equivalent of 47 FTEE, so full-time employee equivalents, which is roughly about 16 units, and then pay for the remaining 5 units in the amount of $585,000. The applicants will still be required to provide a housing plan outlining when and how these units will be constructed. The regional housing contribution of $125,000 will continue to remain, and there were no changes proposed to that. All of the modified workforce housing proposal is contained within your DA that is part of your packet, and staff further supports the modified housing proposal as well. Senate Bill 610 requires that water supply assessments be analyzed in the EIR, and as such, a water supply assessment was prepared by Stantec Consulting Services in March of 2015, of which was analyzed to determine if there were sufficient water supplies available to serve the project. As a result, the water supply assessment was also analyzed within the draft EIR and then further incorporated into the specific plan. The water supply assessment, as I mentioned, demonstrated that there are adequate water resources, and then to further that the North Star Community Service District also has the adequate water resources to serve the project. Should the project choose or be annexed into the North Star Community Service District, or it can also have wells drilled on site, which could also service the project. So the water supply assessment made 2 determinations that made one determination that there is adequate water. However, whichever route they go, if they get annexed into the North Star Community Service District or provide for their own on-site water supply, either one will be able to service the project. Staff supports the conclusions of the water supply assessment and is asking that the board consider the approval of the water supply assessment through the resolution of the certification of the final EIR. With that, staff is here today, as directed by the board on September 13th, to ask that the board take final action on the following items of the Martis Valley West Parcel Specific Plan, and that is to adopt the resolution to certify the specific plan, the specific plan's final EIR, together with the errata and the findings and fact and statement of overrides considerations, and also adopt the MMRP, the Mitigation Monitoring Reporting Program, adopt a resolution to approve the Martis Valley Specific Plan, adopt an ordinance to approve the development standards of the specific plan, adopt a resolution to approve the specific plan's design guidelines, adopt the resolution to approve the text amendment, or excuse me, the amendment to the land use diagram for the specific plan, and also for the text amendment, approve a resolution for that for the emergency preparedness, adopt a resolution to approve the immediate rezone of the west parcel and then the rezones of the east parcel as well, adopt an ordinance to approve the development agreement, and then approve the large lot vesting tentative map. So with that, that concludes my presentation, and I'm available should you have any questions.
Thank you. Any questions or comments, board members, at this time? Okay, so the public hearing has been closed, and Jennifer, you have your light on.
Yeah, I was
Thank you,
just,
David.
and it sounds like you may be going there, but I was just going to ask that the chair, while recognizing that the public hearing has been closed, that the chair take public comments on this item as to new items.
Okay, so that's exactly where I was headed. The board heard this project on September 13th, as was mentioned, and the public hearing lasted in excess of 5 hours, and many requests to not redo that. So the public hearing will not be reopened. However, particularly in light of the fact that some folks came down from Lake Tahoe, I'd appreciate that. What the chair will entertain is public comment, but chair is requesting that those comments be new information or information that the board has not yet been privy to, because we obviously had lengthy deliberations and there was a huge amount of investment and time and thought that went into all of that, not to mention the staff work leading up to that. So with that, if you would like to make a public comment, please come forward and state your name for the record, and keep your comments within 3 minutes. Ellie.
Good morning, Ellie Waller. Thank you for the opportunity. I'd just like to bring to your attention that no major development, I'm not talking about signage, conditional use permits and such, has been overturned in the last 10 years when a planning commission has recommended denial. The staff report summarized public concerns, one of which was the support of the conservation easement. The development agreement states, developer represents and warrants that it has entered into an option agreement with a conservation organization for the sale of the east parcel. That has changed, so the development agreement should be amended to reflect the proper information. I'll cite a couple other issues in the development agreement that should be amended before you approve it. The Martis Valley West Parcel Specific Plan also violates the general plan criteria. I won't do the definitions of all these, but your people, I'm sure, will look them up. In public facilities, 4A1, 4A2, 4B1, 4.2, 4D1, and 4D6 under public facilities, fire hazards 8C1 and 8C3, and transportation and circulation 3A7 and 3A8. I have backup details, so it'll be easy to find. I'll leave that with your clerk here. The development agreement, which also affects the specific plan approval, needs to also be updated and corrected, so all your process and information is correct before you approve it. In the development agreement, based on the flawed analysis of those things I mentioned in the general plan, the community hereby 7.2, county findings. The county hereby finds and defines an execution of the agreement is the best interest of the public safety and general welfare and consistent with Placer County General Plan and Martis Valley Community Plan. Extensive comment, as you mentioned, was provided. I want to thank Commissioner Nader for his extensive information on CAL FIRE, which really I don't believe was taken into consideration properly. The development agreement must also be amended to reflect the workforce housing plan. The current development agreement that is provided to the public online has not been corrected. That needs to be amended. There's also no mention of a secondary evacuation route in the DA when the Brockway campground was suspended. That needs to be fixed. You get my point. There's a lot of information that must be reviewed. Your process and your documentation must be consistent and correct. And I respectfully request you continue this to your Tahoe meeting October 25th. And I've also added some information from the National Policy Analysis of 2008 on conservation easements, the good, bad, and the ugly.
Are there any other speakers?
Good morning. I'm a second homeowner up in Tahoe. I live in Santa Rosa, California, and I do pay Placer County taxes, and I do have children that live in the Rockland area. My concern is that how do you listen to the public? Many people that I have friends that have places up in Tahoe do not even know about this. And so the hearing I was at in October, a lot of people spoke, and I just feel that I'm not sure if you're listening to the public versus the money from the developers. And so my question is, how do we make a impact? How do we do petitions? Because coming from the Bay Area is, we come up to Tahoe for relaxation and, stress-free type of thing. And the beauty, I have grandchildren, and I'm worried that, if they ever want to come up here, it's going to be a Bondugal problem of just driving up to this. It's bad enough going through Vacaville and Sacramento, but when you get up here, you expect it to be nice. And so my question is, and I don't know if you answer those kind of questions, how do we make an impact that this is not the right thing to do?
Could you state your name for the record, please?
My name?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. Patricia Hunstock, Hunstock.
Yeah. And I'll answer your question this way. The board, ultimately, we have a representative form of government, a republic. People like us are elected to make these decisions. We vote our conscience as best as we can. But the key point I want to make is we had over 5 hours of public hearing many comments like yours. They were well taken. We made our decision. The board is going to restrict this public comment to new information that has not yet been heard. So thank you for your comments, and would appreciate if the future speakers would accommodate that. Thank you, Alexis.
I can do that. Alexis Aller, Executive Director of Mountain Area Preservation. Just wanted to make a couple of comments that the findings in the staff report are not substantiated by facts. The impacts of the project are not outweighed by the benefits. Many of you made your tentative approval based on the project having real meaningful conservation. This was what brought many of us to the table over 10 years ago, and more recently the Land Trust Partners did submit a letter to you supervisors outlining that the project won't have meaningful conservation. They will not be purchasing the property. So now we're looking at a limited conservation easement to be held by maybe another entity, maybe by the landowner as is today. So I think that's important. I do think that changes some things with your decision-making power. Also, the number of outlined issues that Ellie brought up in the development agreement. But the plan doesn't ensure proper analysis or mitigation to address the specific plan impacts. So, and we've continued to state that the EIR is also not complying with CEQA and threatens the safety and the well-being of the existing community in North Lake Tahoe and Truckee. I did bring up when I asked to speak this morning, the Homewood Evacuation and Life Safety Report. This was released on September 25th, 2016. Mountain Area Preservation and Sierra Watch attached it to our last letter that we sent you. Wildfire is still a real issue with this project. We have very little assurance of how we're going to address wildfire safety. The Homewood settlement couldn't make a finding on non-exacerbation due to the local geography, the constrained roads, and the high fire severity, similar to the Martis Valley West location. So the proposed mitigation outlines now the needed for a new fire station, new staff, and new equipment. It'd be negligent of the Martis Valley West project to be approved, knowing the existing conditions and the lack of additional mitigation proposed by the project. The report concludes that this plan will likely provide a path forward to mitigate future development, and I think that's an issue that we need to deal with prior to this project being approved. We've continued to outline issues and concerns. We've demonstrated that in our letters, but we do ask you to take these issues into account today, delay approval until further analysis and feasible mitigation can be applied to a project that tips the scale, such as Martis Valley West, and we continue to oppose the project. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Good morning. My name is Nikki Riley. I'm Development Director for Mountain Area Preservation. I'm aware that all of you are in receipt of a letter from Perry Norris from the Land Trust highlighting, as been said by other speakers, their inability to raise money and raise the funds and actually move forward as part of this proposal would have entailed to purchase that land and preserve it in conservation, which would create these benefits, much of which this proposal is based on and much of which the environmental review focused as its mitigation. This proposal was based on a negotiation, years in the process, 6 parties at the table during this Martis Valley Opportunity Agreement and work. 4 of these parties are either opposed or not willing to move forward with the project as proposed. I think this speaks volumes. I think all of you need to consider that today as you consider what you are looking at and whether or not you're making the same proposal or issuing an approval as you did in September. Things are not as you may have once thought. There is no meaningful conservation with this deal, and there is no public access guaranteed with an approval of this project. The land likely on the east side of 267 would remain in the hands of Sierra Pacific Industries. Mountainside would be able to develop a terrain that is not suitable for development, and everyone else, including the environment, land, and its people, are the losers. Please reconsider this decision from September and support the Planning Commission. Thank you for your time.
Hi, my name is Tom Moores. I'm Executive Director of Sierra Watch, and under the category of new information, I did bring a copy of the aforementioned letter from the Land Trust, and I can hand that to somebody. And the letter makes it painfully clear that there is no deal to purchase the east side at this time. I think there are a lot of big picture issues that still need to be addressed, many of which were hammered out by the Planning Commission, including impacts on traffic, impacts on fire safety, and impacts on Lake Tahoe. Whether or not we could agree on those, I do think we could agree that there is a lot of new information that's been coming fast and furious at the last hearing and then this hearing today, and that common sense and prudence would dictate that we would all slow down, better understand the new information, maybe even have an opportunity to get back to the table to see if there's some agreement that could be worked out. So my recommendation today is that you consider continuing the item so we can better understand the project and hopefully reach some long-term agreement on it too. Thank you.
Anyone else? Is there anyone up in Lake Tahoe who would like to address the board?
Hello, I don't know if you can see it.
Yeah.
I'm Jennifer Derrich.
We have two speakers concurrently. We have speakers up in Lake Tahoe.
Okay.
So if people want to speak, I'd appreciate it if they'd be ready to come up. We have a very long day ahead of us. But so first we're going to hear from the speaker in Lake Tahoe with new information.
Good morning, Sue Daniels, North Lake Tahoe residents. I'm happy to come speak to you as a board. Thank you so much for considering what you are doing for your people in the county. This is something that you said you're taking to your conscience and voting on. Thank goodness we have humans and not computers making decisions. So on the affordable housing component, I don't think that the mitigation allowing about $100,000 per mitigated unit would really build anything substantial for anyone to live in. That is, to me, a new point. I would say that you should consider it's not adequate. And I would just like you to please listen to the people. Again, you represent the people's wishes and not the statistics that a computer could decide on. Thank you very much.
My name is Jennifer Derich, and I'm here today about this project and the project to follow. I don't think there would be so much opposition to what's going on with this Board of Supervisors if there weren't so many projects being fast-tracked. I just got back from Denver yesterday, and their community has actually filed injunctions, moratoriums against rezones, against any type of use permit, because they felt that things were getting out of control. There are 16 projects in the pipeline. They are being almost offered as a fire sale, and that is opening the door to anyone who is wanting to grab a piece of the pie. And I think that if this goes forward, the people who are concerned about our concerns falling on deaf ears should consider opening up an investigation as to who is benefiting from this project being approved over the objections of the Planning Commission.
Any other speakers?
I'll just wait. It's fine.
Please make your comments, state your name, and make your comments specific to new information.
Absolutely. Michael Garabedian, Friends of the Norfolk, American River Group. I want to address 2 points here. First, about the East Parcel Conservation proposal. I believe that any land trust or conservancy that gets involved in purchasing for free fee or purchasing or donated easement, conservation easement in any way, I believe that they cannot do that because of the Internal Revenue Code Section 170H that defines the conservation purpose of these kind of transactions. 170H does not permit the destruction of conservation values on one property as the purpose for protecting another parcel. It's problematic, especially for an accredited land trust, to do that kind of thing. I think if SPI expects to get some tax value out of this, they have the same 170H obstacle. That's my first new comment. Second, the plan itself, the specific plan itself, has a very bizarre and unusual planning process built into it. Even the development agreement has a key role for the county exec. Well, the specific plan itself has a strong county exec role. So different from the normal planning process that it creates kind of an island of sort of special planning process procedures. And I hate to see the county balkanized into these different mechanisms that depart from the normal way. And I really think you should be re-looking at that and seeing what kind of a potential problem you're creating for consistency in planning around the county. Thank you.
Okay. Are there any other speakers?
Yes.
Yes.
State your name for the record, please.
My name is Maya Borhani. I live in Carnelian Bay, which is on Lake Tahoe in Placer County. I'm a year-round resident. Since I presume my 3 minutes are ticking, good morning, Supervisor Montgomery and fellow supervisors and chairman. I was unable to attend the September 13th meeting as I was out of town with family, and I was extremely disappointed to hear about your tentative vote of approval at that time, especially given the Planning Commission's recommendation that you deny the project for the many obvious flaws in the EIR and other aspects, including the affordable housing. At this point, I would emphasize that, to reiterate what a previous speaker has mentioned, but I do have my right as a citizen to say it too, that your process and documentation must be done correctly. Everything about this project and the other big projects in the pipeline that the previous speaker mentioned, the 16 projects, has been way too fast-tracked, and it does not feel, to quote your words back to you, Chairman Weingand, that the conscience of the people of this part of this county, that you are honoring that or respecting it. Our will has been made clear in our numerous public comments and letters and showing up at your meetings, and yet our will of the public is being ignored by our representatives, who are you. And if this is a public process and this is a democracy, you should be honoring what we express, and yet our will has been expressly ignored. That is an incredibly painful, heartbreaking concern to me. You need to listen to the public, please, and not the developer. The Board of Supervisors is our representative, not the representative of the money that you must see sparkling behind your eyeballs. There is the new issue, as has been mentioned, of the land trust being unable to purchase this so-called trade-off land. If that's off the table, that changes your whole project. Therefore, I would also please beg respectfully that you at least table this and reopen the public comments and the whole process, but that you certainly do not have a vote today on this, given new information that the public, by our legal right, has not yet had an opportunity to significantly and in the right time frame comment upon. The other issue that is huge and has not been addressed is the fact that our ability to coming in and out of the county on 267 or 89 and then over 267 will never handle the traffic this project will bring in. You ignored that in your conscience of voting to approve this project tentatively on the 13th. Hopefully your conscience will now actually work better and guide you to realize that the citizens of this county have expressly told you they do not want this project. You need to honor what we have asked. The final thing I will mention that has also been said, but hopefully you're hearing it.
I'm sorry, your 3 minutes are up.
Is that no true or proper mitigation has been proposed for this project, and that further analysis is necessary. Thank you for remembering to honor the will of your people whom you represent.
Okay, with that, I am going to close public comment, bring it back to the board for any further questions or comments or dialogue and a vote. One thing I want to throw out first is that I've been in ongoing conversation with the Trust for Public Lands. It is my understanding as I sit here that they have not backed out of a willingness to try to complete a conservation deal. They are still willing to do that. But it will require that the parties come together and work out whatever issues may still be unworked out amongst all of them. If that can happen, I would agree that the conservation will result in a much greater value amenity to the community. If that can't be done, it's going to be a sad circumstance, I think, for all of us, because we will not have realized our fullest potential. So if there is hope for that, I would just admonish those parties to try to sit down and get together and do everything they can to resolve that. Either way, there will be conservation, but the quality of it is going to be much better if it can go into private ownership that has been discussed as it relates to the communication we've had from the Trust for Public Lands and the Truckee Downer Land Trust. So with that, Jennifer.
Thank you. I wanted to take the opportunity to thank everyone who came down from Tahoe, particularly today, to raise questions, comments, and concerns. In response to the first woman who spoke, and I'm sorry, I think she left, but I do believe it is our responsibility to listen to our constituents. And by constituents, I mean not just in the district I represent, but throughout Placer County. And I will tell you that this project is on a lot of people's radar, not just in the 5th District, but in other districts. And I have taken very seriously their concern, their comments, and their input throughout this process. Today, I still, remain very skeptical that we are going to achieve the conservation that we all hoped for as part of this project. I've said, and I'll say it again, that the only reason I was engaging in the conversation about 760 new units was because of the conservation that we hope to achieve. While I think Chairman Wygant is technically correct that the Turkey Donor Land Trust and the Trust for Public Land are going to continue to try to engage in conversations with SPI and Mountainside Partners, their letter does say pretty clearly, in fact, I'll read it, despite this notable and appreciated reduction, it is simply not feasible to raise the amount of funding while the project is embroiled in controversy. Additionally, our organizations will not be engaged with this effort until after developers and the environmental groups challenging the projects have reached a settlement. Given these considerations, we will not be signing the amendment. That doesn't make me hopeful that we are going to get meaningful and achievable conservation out of this. So my vote today will remain as it was on the 13th in opposition to this project.
Yeah, and if I could, I wanted to clarify, there was a comment that certainly could have been interpreted as the fact that they have withdrawn and that they were no longer willing to have that conversation, and that's contrary to my understanding. Okay, any other questions, comments, or what's the pleasure of the board? Kirk?
Mr. Chairman, a quick question of council. Am I misunderstanding something in terms of the requirement that the 6,300 acres on the east side be placed into, or have a conservation easement placed over it? I guess I'll ask planning staff or somebody. Is that not a condition of approval?
That is correct. It is part of the DA, the development agreement, section 3.11, that should a land trust not be able to purchase the property, it would go, the entire 63 plus 100 acres would go into a conservation easement.
Still in permanent conservation?
Correct.
Regardless of whether it's owned by a land trust, it's
correct.
In permanent conservation?
Yes, correct.
Okay, thank you.
Can you clarify if that would be public access?
It would not be public access.
Thank you.
Through the conservation easement.
Okay, thank you.
And thus my point, if I could, if the parties could get together and find the scale and scope of a project that is acceptable, noting that there's been a commitment by all of them to consider that, the quality of conservation and the kinds of amenities that have occurred at Wattle Ranch, where there is public access, trail maintenance, public notice of all of that, fondness and use of it by all of the developments around it, we're going to have a much higher level of quality in our community if those parties can get together and shake hands on something.
Your lips to God's ears.
And just one follow-up question, if I may. Today, on that 6,300 acres, is there any public access requirement?
No, there is not.
Is there extensive public utilization of that parcel right now?
Yes.
Has there been any indication that the historic public access that the public has enjoyed on that 6,300 acres is somehow intending to be terminated by the property owner with this conservation easement?
I will turn it. I do not believe so. But if you'd like to ask the
So
owner.
while it's been in their private hands, they have allowed public access the entire time. And so past practice would seemingly common sense would indicate that since they're placing conservation easement over it anyway, they probably wouldn't be taking steps further than to somehow, for some reason, limit public access while they've allowed it historically.
That is my understanding. Correct.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, with that, I would begin making the series of motions that I believe Council once made in order for us to go ahead and move this project on. I will begin by moving that we adopt a resolution to certify the Martis Valley West specific plan and final environmental impact report, the errata, as well as adopt the findings and statement of overriding considerations, and adopt the mitigation monitoring reporting program.
Is there a second? It's been moved and seconded. As you've just heard regarding the resolution, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Mr. Chairman, I move the adoption of a resolution to approve the Martis Valley West parcel specific plan.
Is there a second? It's moved and seconded to approve the resolution regarding the Martis Valley West specific plan. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Mr. Chairman, I move adoption of ordinance to approve the Martis Valley West parcel specific plan development standards.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Mr. Chairman, I move with adoption of a resolution to approve the Martis Valley West parcel specific plan design guidelines.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Mr. Chairman, I move adoption of a resolution to approve the amendment to the Martis Valley Community Plan use diagram to incorporate Martis Valley West parcel specific plan use land use designation.
Moved and seconded. Or is there a second? Moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Mr. Chairman, I move adoption of a resolution to amend the Martis Valley Community Plan to add goal 6J and associated policies 6J1, 6J2 related to emergency preparedness.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Mr. Chairman, I move adoption of ordinance to approve the tentative immediate rezone of 662 acres of the west parcel from TPZ to SPL-MVW PSP.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Mr. Chairman, I move adoption of the ordinance to approve the rezone of all remaining acreage in the west parcel from OS to SPL, MVW, PSP, and rezone of 670 acres of the east parcel from RS to C-1 to TPZ, and C-1, I'm sorry, to TPZ.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Mr. Chairman, I move adoption of an ordinance to approve the development agreement relative to the Martis Valley West parcel specific plan.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
And, Mr. Chairman, I move approval of the large lot vesting tentative subdivision map.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
No.
Okay. Jerry, do we need to do anything else? Okay. We will now move on to our 10:30 timed item, which is Community Development Resources also, which is the park at Granite Bay. So we'll just take a break at lunch and figure it out.
Now the real fun starts.
Yeah. And Megan, could you, she needs a break. Would you make sure you? She's done. Oh, she's done. That was it. Well, okay. Good.
Nicely done.
I'm getting tools for this.
You're looking younger every day.
The closer he gets to the end of his chairmanship, you mean?
You've noticed. And guess who's next?
I'm planning on reverse aging through my chairmanship.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask for a clarification?
Sure.
On this upcoming, whether it's ready for a hearing. Recently, I reviewed the initial project application and the major subdivision application and the supplemental entitlement. I noticed they're all regard to 6 parcels on 13.7 acres. This hearing is about a project with 7 parcels and 16 acres. The missing or the added parcel seems to be the critical parcel that requires emergency access, and it doesn't appear that the owner of that parcel signed into the applications. So I'm wondering if we're ready for this hearing.
Why don't, that would come normally under public hearing, so I will ask staff to address that as we kick off the project, but those are the kinds of comments that should come up under public hearing.
Well, it was a comment.
No, sure, thanks, appreciate it. EJ?
Good morning, Chairman. It's still morning, members of the board. EJ Valdi with the Planning Services Division. Today we have the park at Granite Bay before you, and George Rosasco with our office is going to present this item.
Good morning.
Morning, George.
George Rosasco, Placer County Planning. It's nice to be before you today. Do I have a before you today is the project, the park at Granite Bay. It is a 56-lot subdivision and a public park. The site is 16.3 acres. It's zoned residential single-family combining ag with a minimum building site of 40,000 square feet. It's comprised of 7 parcels. One of those parcels has a house and barn on it at this time. To give you a sense of where it's at, this is what's referred to as the island area in Granite Bay. The orange area is the actual project site. It's about 1.2 miles from the intersection of Douglas and Sierra College. As you can see, it's surrounded by the city of Roseville on 3 sides. East, west, north, and to the south is the County of Sacramento, excuse me. This is the actual project layout, the 56 lots. You can see, excuse me for a sec. You can see here, this is the larger park parcel that I referred to. It's 0.81 acres. To give you a sense of the project, this is what it would look like when it's landscaped. You'll see the front. There's separate lots for landscaping. It's about 30-foot landscape buffers. There'll be a 2-foot berm in front of the landscaping with a 6-foot high block wall for sound attenuation. There'll be 15-foot landscape buffers all the way around the perimeter of the property, as well as good neighbor fencing. So, what entitlements do you need to do this? And I'm going to run through these really quick. You need to rezone the site from RSAGB 40 to residential single family with a minimum building site of 7,000 square feet. You need to do a general plan amendment to change the existing rural low density residential designation to medium density residential. You also, there's a variance, which I'll discuss later, to allow maximum lot coverage of 50% where 40% is allowed on lots that are 8,000 square feet or less. And you need to approve a vesting tentative subdivision map. So that's the entitlements. We prepared an environmental impact report for the project. The thing that I'd like you to take away from this, I'm not going to go into all the detail about it, but the environmental impact report did not require any overriding findings to be made for the project. So, the biggest question that's come up with regard to this property is that it's requesting a general plan amendment and rezoning, and that it does not, in a lot of people's opinion, seem to be consistent with the Granite Bay community plan. Well, I can tell you, it's an island area. It's surrounded by very high density areas in the city of Roseville. The lots to the east, west, and north vary anywhere from 5 units per acre all the way up, in some instances when you get up near Eureka Road and Sierra College, to 25 units per acre. Most of the lots that are outside of the island area are somewhere between 7,000 and 8,000 square feet. But even more than that, this would locate higher density land uses close to services. We have sewer, we have water, we have a main thoroughfare that goes right through here, which makes an area suitable for high density. The residence would be of a consistent size and scale with adjoining properties. The island area has 122 parcels in it right now. Of that 122 parcels, about 24% are of a consistent size with what's being proposed by this project. It'll provide recreational opportunities for kids in Granite Bay. And it will also have, it's very well buffered from the larger parcels that exist right on its borders, and I'll go into that in just a second. So this is just to give you an idea of the zoning that's there, rural low residential zoning, land use designation, rural low density residential is in most of the area. There is one larger rural recreational piece on the corner of Old Auburn and Sierra College. Already hit on this, 122 parcels. This is the zoning map. Pretty consistent with the community plan map. Oh, with regard to aesthetics. So one of the other things that came up is that this is a higher density residential development in what is sort of, well, there's a lot of consistency. People were concerned that a newer high density residential development would not be consistent with the feel of the island area of Granite Bay. So what they did is they went around those ones with the stars. Those will be 14 deed restricted lots to 1 story to lower the mass of the project so it doesn't stick out a lot to adjoining property owners. They've gone quite, well, they've done a lot with regard to fencing. CMU block walls in front for sound attenuation and a lot of landscaping. Like I said earlier, the black is good neighbor fencing that will be between each lot and the exterior of the property. And the red, just for reference, is front split rail decorative fencing. So, with regard to aesthetics, you can see on here, you see view 1, view 2, view 3, view 4, and view 5. So what they did is they took those views from those strategic areas, 1 on Haskell, 1 on Eckerman, 1 on Annabelle, and 2 from Sierra College, to see what the project would look like at 10 years to surrounding properties. So with regard, looking from Sierra College Boulevard West now is on the top is what you see now, and on the bottom is what you would see at 10 years of build out. Looks pretty much the same. Looking northwest, that's the vista you'd see on top, 10 years of build out. Really, you see landscaping. From Haskell Way looking north, the upper is the view. The lower is what you'll see at 10 years. Really, you just see trees and landscaping. Ackerman Road looking east, and this is where the proposed fire access would come in. That's what it looks like now. That's what it will look at 10 years. You can see there's landscaping and wrought iron fencing across that entryway. This is Annabelle Avenue looking south. Top is what you see now. 10 years from now is what you'll see. And so, as I said, I won't go through these again, but these are for your own use. These are the actual entitlements, amendment to the Granite Bay Community Plan, rezone, assessing tentative subdivision map, and a variance. And that's really all I have, unless you have any specific questions.
Questions or comments by board members at this time? Kirk?
Yeah, George, would you go back to the, I think it was the aerial view that you had of the project site?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So, I think I heard you correctly, but I want to clarify. You said that in the island area bordered by Roseville to the west and to the north, and Sierra College to the east, and Old Auburn to the south, we have approximately 120 parcels, of which you said, I think, 25% or a quarter acre or less, something along those lines?
24%. There's 122 parcels, and I believe, if my memory serves me right, 29 of them are consistent with what's being proposed, and it works out to about 24% of the island area is consistent with what's being proposed by the park.
Okay. So with the adoption of the 1989 plan, we had the land use designation of 0.9 to 2.3 for this. Yet by my count, 70 of the existing parcels out there don't meet the land use designation.
Right. Correct.
So
Or actually, they fall below that.
they fall below the.
Would be legal non-conforming.
So when we adopted the community plan in '89, we had allowed for zoning to be put on this that automatically created over half of the lots as non-conforming lots.
Correct.
Any idea why that was done?
None I'm going to have to take. I wasn't working here.
Okay.
I was still a year out.
Okay. Likewise, when this was adopted in 1989, the city of Roseville had built that project to the west, right up to the property line. That project, homes having been built in, I'm seeing in the mid 80s, and I see property sizes, parcel sizes of 8,400 square feet right on the border of this.
Yes.
So we adopted a zoning knowing that we had less than quarter acre lots. We have essentially a density of 5 to the acre immediately adjacent to the city of Roseville. We have over half of the existing lots not in conformance with the zoning designation, and yet we put the zoning designation on there anyway?
Yes.
Okay. And then you've mentioned since then, Roseville has built to the north.
Right.
That area has built with lots as small as 6,900 square feet. And Roseville then came across and annexed the remainder of that part that got pulled into the southeast specific plan area. That's the part that's now known as Hillsborough and Ashley Woods and East Ridge, those subdivisions. Over there, we have lots that are in the 8,000 square foot range.
Also correct.
So if, as a planner, if there were no land use designation assigned to this area, what, in your opinion, is an appropriate land use designation for an area on a main arterial surrounded by high-density residential on three sides? What do you think is an appropriate land use for this area?
Well, it's no secret. I said this at the Planning Commission as well. It's my opinion that, you know, as a planner, when you look at this, you'd have to look at surrounding uses and you'd have to look at consistency and that sort of thing. This has all, I'm sorry. What I was saying is this came up at the Planning Commission, and I'll tell you what I told them. You have to look at what's around it, and I think if we would have in 2012 looked at land use updates with regard to the Granite Bay Community Plan, this would have been one of those areas that we would have had to look at, you know, high density, maybe even some commercial zoning for like apartments at 21 units per acre. It's not out of the question. Right up the street by Eureka, Roseville allows 25 units per acre. So, yeah, this would have been one of those areas where you would look at high density. Not to mention that Roseville probably would have had something to say about it because it's within their sphere of influence.
And to that question, pardon the interruption, but to that question, yeah. I've always been curious about the creation of this island in the first place and how we've ended up in this position. With Roseville coming across, even though those people on the east side of Sierra College, many of them have a Granite Bay zip code. They're actually in the city of Roseville. Meanwhile, the people on the west side have a Roseville zip code, but they're actually in Granite Bay.
Right.
And so I guess question for council, I know this was done a while ago, but is this kind of thing even allowed by law today, where you can leave an island like that essentially cut off from services by existing jurisdictions?
LAFCO law currently would discourage such an annexation, and in fact, the Placer County LAFCO has a specific policy that the Commission shall deny city annexations that create areas substantially surrounded by a city.
So if the city had come across and claimed that they would have essentially been forced under today's law to take all of that into the city as well?
Yes.
Correct? I think that's all the questions I have for now. Thank you.
Jennifer?
George, is this parcel and the island in the city of Roseville?
No.
No. And do we at Placer County use the city of Roseville's zoning regulations requirements?
No.
Thank you.
Any other questions, comments? Board members this time? Okay, we'll now turn it over to the applicant for their presentation.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Marcus Loduca, 3200 Douglas Boulevard in Roseville. On behalf of longtime Granite Bay resident and home builder John Tattersall, I'm pleased to be before you today with the recommendation for approval from your staff and the near unanimous recommendation of the Planning Commission on an infill project on an infill area of Placer County. It's particularly pleasing for us to be able to come before you with a project that, after having an EIR was prepared for the project, has no significant environmental effects according to the county's old standards, policies, and regulations. Once mitigation measures have been applied to the project, which measures we are in agreement with, as well as all conditions of approval that have been applied to the project by your staff and as recommended to you by the Planning Commission. The staff report and the presentation here and then also at the Planning Commission have done a very thorough job summarizing the project and the various issues and concerns that are raised during the lengthy planning process on this project. I just wanted to provide you a little additional background on sort of the history of not only this project, but also in this area. You've just touched on the fact that the island area was created by a series of annexations that left this area surrounded on three sides by the city and the fourth side by Sacramento County. Again, your LAFCO has been very consistent with the last few annexations I've been involved with that those will not be allowed. Cortese, Knox, Herzberg, the state planning law after this time, it permitted them to go forward in 1988 when the area of the southeast area Roseville Specific Plan east of Sierra College was added. After that time, you would not be able to proceed forward on that basis. Again, as you just highlighted, the area is mostly built out. Of the 102 parcels in the northern part of the island, 102 have developed. So there are very few undeveloped parcels left. But as Mr. Rosasco just mentioned, approximately a quarter of the lots are of roughly the same size or even less than the project that you have before you, which is at a density of 3.4 units to the acre. So when you hear that this is a much more dense project, I would be hard-pressed to say anywhere in the region that 3.4 units to the acre is a dense project. The project that you have before you, however, is very different from the one that was first submitted to the county and presented to the community. In the fall of 2014, this project was presented to the Granite Bay MAC as an information item. The project had 94 units. It had a minimum lot size of 3,000 square feet, an average lot size of 4,400 square feet. The project required a community plan amendment to high-density residential and an accompanying rezone. At the same time, the project's park was just about 1.5 acres in size. The project also included a paseo trail through the middle of it, a rose garden, a tot lot, and a 10-foot buffer, landscape buffer on the north, south, and west sides of the project. All homes in the project at that time were to be 2 stories in height. So again, this went before the MAC in November 2014. After that meeting, Mr. Tattersall took those issues and comments he had heard, revisited the project. He reduced the number of homes to 84 units. Basically, lot sizes increased to closer to 3,200 to almost 7,000 square feet. The landscape buffer was increased from 10 to 15%, so a 50% increase there. But all homes in the property remained 2-story. This was the version of the project that was in the project's notice of preparation for the EIR that went out at the end of 2014. A number of community comments started to be submitted to the county on the NOP at that time. But rather than just relying on written comments being submitted by email or letter, my client and his project team decided to engage the community in face-to-face meetings to be able to have an opportunity to hear hand what people's issues and concerns and to address some of the misinformation that was out there on the project. Those community outreach efforts consisted of 3 community meetings, with those being advertised by mail to all those 122 parcels in the northern part of the island. At the same time, Mr. Tattersall also announced those meetings to the Granite Bay MAC on several occasions so that other people that might be interested in the project throughout the community would know about those. Those meetings were held at the Granite Bay Library on February 19th, March 18th, and April 8th of last year. A total of fewer than 20 residents, including some repeat attendees, attended those 3 meetings in total. My client and his engineer also met with folks who live on Eckerman Road in a separate meeting. After that series of meetings and several follow-up conversations with residents in the area, the project team really took a step back at that point. And based on the concerns, issues, and discussion points that were raised during those community meetings, really decided to relook at the project along the lines of not looking at saying, well, we have a targeted number of units, a targeted density, but let's take a step back to that view right there and see what else in the community nearby we could model this after in terms of what's already existing in the island, as opposed to proposing something that doesn't exist, what already exists in the island. 2 parcels away from us sits lots on Annabelle Avenue, which, as we've heard, are roughly a 1/4 acre size or less. And so rather than telling the planners and engineers design something based on this number of units, it was what can you do looking at that, looking at the things that we want to achieve based on the comments we heard, come up with a plan and see how similar you can get to what's there on Annabelle Avenue and elsewhere, including across the street on Eckerman Road, where there are several smaller lots as well. What we came up with is the project before you. The 56 lots represent a 40% reduction in what was originally presented to the MAC in November of 2014. The lot sizes, again, now range from 7,100 to over 17,000 square feet. The average lot size is over 9,000 square feet, roughly a 1/4 of an acre, basically what you have on Annabelle Avenue. At the same time, looking at some adjacency issues raised by some of our neighbors, as Mr. Rosasco pointed out, looking at the homes that are adjacent to the project, we sought to try to address some adjacency issues raised by our immediate neighbors, and had deed restricted 14 of the lots that are nearest to the houses on our neighbors' properties to 1 story. So a 1/4 of the lots now on those adjacent areas. As you can also see from the subdivision map, one of the lots that's adjacent to us that has a long distance immediately to the northwest only has 1 house. Right now there is a 15-foot landscape buffer and a single loaded road, so there's literally only 1 house next to that. That will also, however, be deed restricted. The other aspect of this is if we could pull up a copy, George, of the map of the actual project. We are asking for 1 variance for lots that are less than 8,000 square feet. The idea was to have more of a variety of homes, so not just have the 14 deed-restricted lots be 1 story, but have a greater variety within the subdivision itself. And so right now, current regulations say that your coverage for a 1-story house is 40%, and what we propose that for lots that are less than 8,000 square feet, if you want to do a 1-story home, you could go to 50%. That basically applies to the internal lots. If you look around the edges of the project, I believe nearly every one, if not every single one of those, are 8,000 square feet or more, so they wouldn't have a variance applicable to them. They'd still be subject to the 40%. But if you look at that middle part of the project, those are all below 8,000 square feet. And so if we could do a mix there, the idea would, this variance that we request would allow that. We would know that in terms of setbacks, another issue relative to adjacency, that the setbacks we're proposing for the homes along the edge of the property are far, far greater than what the setbacks are of the existing homes relative to our property line. Some of those are as close as 15 feet. Our setbacks for our rear yards for 1 stories is 35 feet, and for 2 stories is 42.5 square feet. The project retains the park. It's a little over 8/10 of an acre in size. It can still accommodate youth sports practices, including youth soccer. As some correspondence been submitted to the county and also was presented at the Planning Commission hearing, that both Granite Bay FC and Granite Bay Youth Lacrosse would be able to use this for practice. The biggest issue in youth sports, well, throughout the region, but in Placer County and in the Granite Bay area in particular, are not having places for matches. You can have places for matches. It's practice fields. And I'm sure it's in all your districts, is the same issue, trying to find practice fields. So this park site would be open to the public dawn to dusk. Our gates would be open dawn to dusk. And in essence, the county's getting a freebie. It's getting a park that can be used by the public and is not having to pay to own it or maintain it. The project, however, to achieve these larger lot sizes, eliminated the Paseo Trail, the Rose Garden, and the Tot Lot. We do have parking around the park. On the one side of the street, parking is allowed. We did retain the 15-foot wide, heavily landscaped buffer on the north, south, and west edges of the property. Now, during the public hearing today, you're going to hear a number of comments on the project, ranging from claims regarding drainage conditions on Eckerman Road and our drainage study, to the use of Eckerman Road as an EVA, to the impact on the Eureka Union School District, to traffic impacts, and to the claim that there should be no changes to the Granite Bay Community Plan should be made since the update to the community plan was just adopted 4 years ago. I'd like to just briefly address each of these items. In terms of project drainage, as the staff report notes, existing localized flooding issues on Eckerman Road are in part caused by grading by local residents, including some whom we speak to you today, and drainage improvements installed by those same residents that were not engineered or were not designed under engineering standards. There were comments received last week on the project drainage study. We've had our engineer was working over the weekend and yesterday has submitted comments to Engineering Surveying Division and responding to all those. There are no issues raised in that would undermine the analysis in the EIR. Looking, however, at the localized flooding issue that Eckerman Road faces, your staff had asked us when we went through this was to not just have a project that met the typical requirements of don't make things worse, post-development and pre-development. Our idea was to improve the situation for our neighbors. And so the design of the project, including the stormwater detention basin in the northwest corner where the shed flows to, will be able to detain flows during heavy storm events that will actually improve situations on Eckerman Road. This has always been a critical issue for the project to address an existing situation that's been created by others. As for the use of Eckerman Road as an EVA route, the staff report has done a very good job summarizing that issue. It's a non-issue. The South Placer Fire District has confirmed both in writing, and if you don't have that letter, we do have copies of that, and at the Planning Commission, that Eckerman Road as it currently exists satisfies both its requirements and those of the California Fire Code, and the Fire District has full rights under its constitutional authority to be able to continue using Eckerman Road as an EVA route as it has for decades. Again, that's the secondary EVA route. The primary emergency vehicle access is on Sierra College Boulevard. It's not going to be on Eckerman Road. Regarding schools, the Eureka Union School District testified at the Planning Commission, and there have been a number of comments raised by even people coming to the Planning Commission from the public that they faced declining enrollment for a number of years. They closed schools. The students from families that will live in the project will help alleviate that declining enrollment issue, and that is the target of the project, is young families who cannot afford $800,000 or $900,000 or $1 million homes, or simply aren't interested in buying 50 and 60 and 40-year-old homes and trying to upgrade them. What we're finding in terms of the home building industry is young families really want to look at energy efficient homes with new appliances, the latest technology, and new home designs, rather than trying to redo wiring, for example, in a 60-year-old home. As for traffic, as the extensive analysis in the EIR showed, there are no significant impacts from this project. There was a weaving analysis done, and so there are no issues from a traffic perspective according to standards that have been adopted by this board. As for the proposed change in the community plan, typically with every community plan in Placer County and throughout the greater Sacramento region, I'd probably dare to say throughout the state, when a community plan is updated, you look at both the land use plan and policies, and you update both. That is the typical way of doing things. If the Granite Bay Community Plan update, that was not the case. The board decided that just look at policies, and instead individual projects will have to come through on their nickel. They will have to process an application. They will have to pay for the environmental review of that rather than comprehensively looking at various requested changes that might come in. That was a sharp deviation from what the county has always done. So here we are in an area of the county where you have a broad range of lot sizes, including the lot sizes we are proposing to you today on a major transportation corridor. This is the Beltway, folks, whether we care to admit it or not. Between 80 and 50, Hazel Avenue and Sierra College Boulevard is the Beltway. It is on an infill area. It has infrastructure available in terms of sewer and water, and that's exactly what the SACOG Blueprint Project was all about. And hence, we have that letter from Executive Director of SACOG, Mike McKeever, to that very issue. Basically, infill properties using existing assets on transportation corridors with provision of housing choices, providing recreational amenities and a mix of uses on the site, and that's what you have before you today. Now, there was a comment raised at the Planning Commission that I didn't see anything in the staff report about, but there was comments raised that, well, we already have 400 acres of MDR in the community plan, and we don't need any more. Well, part of that's simply irrelevant to the application before you. Those 400 acres are all developed. So, I mean, if you're looking at the issue that you have MDR properties already, there isn't any left in Granite Bay, and there haven't been for quite a long time. From a land use planning perspective, thus, at 3.4 units to the acre on a transportation corridor near existing infrastructure with on-site amenities provided, this is sound land use planning, as you heard from your planning staff. When you pair that with a local longtime resident who is known for building quality projects in this area and throughout the greater Sacramento region, we believe the decision before you is an easy one. Nearly 1,500 Granite Bay residents who have signed an interest page or online petition in support of the project would agree. Finally, from an economic feasibility perspective, we undertook an economic analysis of the project by a well-respected urban economist to determine if the project compared to the alternatives in the EIR, how they ranked relative to economic feasibility. That was submitted to you last week. Just looking at the combined off-site backbone and infrastructure costs, which is nearly $1.2 million for sewer, whether you do 16 lots or 40 lots or 56 lots or 94 lots, and then you add in the on-site subdivision costs, which range from $5.4 to $7 million, depending on the alternative chosen. The cost per unit, and this is not including home construction costs, just the subdivision costs and the off-site costs, is nearly 3 times higher than the proposed project under the existing zoning alternative and 50% higher for the 40-lot alternative. When you look at all costs, so you look at what it would cost to build the homes, you compare it to what the market prices would be for those, given market prices in Granite Bay, the 16-lot alternative, existing zoning, which everyone thinks is such a great idea, would produce a loss of over $500,000 per lot. The 40-lot subdivision is over $55,000 a lot. I may not be the brightest bulb in the chandelier, but I can tell you right now, banks don't loan money to projects that show those losses on a pro forma. It just doesn't happen. This project can be built. It is at the level that is economically feasible in the marketplace. With that, our project team is here to answer any questions that the board may have. We would ask, Mr. Chairman, at the end of the public hearing, if there have been comments directed to us, that we be given the opportunity to address either those comments or any questions that the board might have. After you've concluded your deliberations, we would request that you, in taking action on the project, that you approve the project as it's been presented to you and as conditioned by your staff and as recommended for approval by a supermajority of the Planning Commission. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Kirk?
George, question for you. Marcus alluded to the fact that in 2012, this board adopted an update of the policies but did not look at the land use. In reviewing this project, you reviewed it against the updated adopted policies from the 2012 adoption?
I did. There's an entire section in the draft EIR that speaks to it. There's 20 policies that were germane to this, and it's consistent with 19. The one that it's not consistent with, as I was talking about the variances, there's a policy in the Granite Bay Community Plan that says new subdivisions being proposed should not need variances for their creation. The reason they're asking for variances in this case is to actually create a more quality product for the surrounding property owners. If the variance was taken out of this project, I think the only difference would be in the center where you see the smaller lots, is everything would go up to 2 stories and create more of an island effect. So, inconsistent, I guess technically yes, but for all the right reasons, I would say yes. And staff supported it because it made a much better project with that variance in place.
And that was the only policy that you found inconsistency with of the policies that we adopted in 2012. You found
Yes.
this project to be consistent with all the other policies.
Yes.
Thank you.
Any other questions, comments? I have one. Granite Bay Community Plan originally was adopted in 88?
89.
89. And then when did the Roseville annexations occur?
That I don't know.
Mr. Chairman, the first annexation was in 1985 for the Southeast Roseville Specific Plan west of Sierra College Boulevard. The annexation of the eastern portion, as Mr. Euler mentioned, which is east of Sierra College Boulevard, it includes Hillsborough, Ashley Woods, and also East Ridge, occurred in 1988.
Thank you.
End of 88, beginning of 89.
Right. Jim.
What accommodations are for affordable housing in this project?
They're required to pay $4,000 per residential building permit, or put in 6 affordable housing units. So it's either a fee of essentially when it's built at $240,000, or they have the option of building 6 units, and that's in condition 102.
All right, thank you.
Robert.
Jennifer.
George, roughly estimate, what would it cost to build 6 affordable housing units?
More than 240, I would guess, if that's what you're asking me.
Yeah, I'm just trying to understand, the feasibility if we take an in lieu fee of actually constructing something. It's something that we've been discussing as a board about the in lieu fees and whether they really are getting us toward our goal
Right.
of workforce and affordable housing.
Yeah, staff is aware, and we're in a little bit of a sort of a in-between area where the board hasn't actually adopted the new policy, so we're sort of working off sort of what we have in effect at this time.
But the board today could take an action requiring the construction of the 6.
Yes, whatever pleases you.
Okay, whatever pleases me. Ooh, I've
Whatever
never heard
pleases
anyone
you.
say that. Thank you.
That didn't exactly sound right, but okay.
No, it was great. I'll take it.
This day and age, George, it's perfectly fine.
Right.
Kirk.
Yeah, just curious, the recent projects that have been before us, is this affordable housing consideration of the fee or the on-site deed restricted affordable housing, that option has been put?
Yeah, with the most recent project that you guys considered down here on the west slope was the Bickford Ranch project, and that was the same $4,000 per building permit for the entire unit count. And the obligation they have is to meet the general plan requirement, is to meet the 10% affordable housing obligation, and that's what the 6 units does. The way the condition is written, it's either build on site or pay the in lieu fee, which is consistent with other projects.
And so what you're saying is that the 6 on-site would be 6 of the homes that are being proposed, but they would have to be deed restricted. Is that correct?
Correct.
And what has been, for instance, recently with what we're experiencing up in the Martis Valley, what has been the success of the sale of those deed restricted homes versus what is staff's consideration of that at this point?
Yeah, I don't know if I'm the person to answer that question. I know we may have a housing specialist here in the room, but success down in the west slope, probably not as successful.
Thank you.
And did we not just take an action as a board to require on-site construction in the Martis Valley West project?
Yes, we did.
Thank you.
On a project that was 700 acres?
I don't think the acreage is germane to the conversation.
Well, certainly it is, because if we're talking about the ability to construct affordable housing in an area that is separate, distinct, identifiable, and appropriate, then when you have 700 acres, it's easier to say, yes, we can build on-site in an area that's appropriate for that.
I see all sorts of appropriate sites up there. There's 56 of them.
Jim?
George, in your presentation, did you say that there's apartments in the surrounding area?
No, I was talking when I was generally referencing the area as you go towards Sierra College Boulevard, when you get up near Eureka Road, around Sierra College. Roseville has some extremely high density, 25 units to the acre.
Okay, see no questions or comments from my colleagues. This is a public hearing. I'm going to open up the public hearing, but I actually want to check in with my colleagues as to how we do this. But first of all, I think sounds like most everybody is already ahead of me on this issue, but the way we're going to do public hearing is that people will have cards put in them groups, a lot like flying Southwest Airlines. And so they're going to line up somewhere, Megan, and I've forgotten. Line up here when your group is called, and then you'll be available to move on up to the podium and state your name for the record. And the cards are outdoors, right out the front door. Anything else I need to say on that? So in light of what sounds like a number of people who would like to testify, the board, I think we will want to break for lunch, and I'm thinking that should be about 12:30. And no, I think we should go until we'll take public testimony until 12:30, then break for about a half hour, and then we'll reconvene the public hearing. Just so everybody knows, we apologize for that inconvenience, but we're here all day, and we're not immortal. So does that sound good?
Any chance to kind of take the temperature of the room at 12:30, see how many folks we've got? And
Sure,
maybe
sure,
just
you
kind of
bet.
power
Yep,
through?
Yep, no, we can, if that's the desire of the board. I just wanted to make sure that the expectations of the folks testifying were clear, and so we didn't have any disruption from that. All right, group one, please line up on my left. Over here against the wall, and then you'll give your card to our clerk of the board, and then come up to the podium and state your name for the record.
Hello, my name is Victor Beckett. I'm a member of Granite Bay community and a neighbor to the community, to the project, excuse me. I'm requesting more than 3 minutes, please, if you can give me at least 5-6 minutes. This project has been going on for a long time.
I beg your pardon?
Can I request 5 minutes?
I'm going to try to keep you to 3, please.
I'm trying, just this one page. Well, thank you very much for giving us a chance to talk about this project. And I wanted to clear out some misunderstandings in the beginning. When we talk about what could have happened in the past, what should we have done, what could have been done, this is talk in a vacuum. It doesn't apply to our real life now. It does not resolve our issues. So if you wanted to talk like this, you could have claimed all the area as eminent domain and raise our homes and start from scratch with the new zoning. This project specifically is spearheading the decimation of Granite Bay as we know it and we love it. There's a reason, as envisioned by Granite Bay Community Plan updated in 2012, and we expressed clearly that we wanted to maintain the land use section in it as is because we want to maintain the rural and agricultural character of Granite Bay, not because it was a mistake. Mr. Euler quote in one newspaper about piecemeal development is not a plan. I agree with him. to rezone and decimate our community one by one like this, that's not a plan. That's chaos. And to request all these variances and general plan amendments and Granite Bay community amendments, that's not a sign of quality. It's a sign of inferiority. This is a sub-quality project, and the only way to go forward is to request so many variances and amendments. And a quick note about the EIR. In the comment section, there are over 47 responses to comments from citizens that says it's up to the Board of Supervisors to decide. See, they had no answer for the citizens' concerns and comments, which means two things. First, the EIR product is worthless. Second, that this project, it will create problems. I want to just show you the very next day after the Planning Commission approved on August 25th, recommended for approval this project, there were a major accident on Sierra College and Haskell Way, intersection of Sierra College and Old Auburn. And the first time I walked there, it has been happening very frequently. And this time I go and take a picture, and I try to retrieve the information from the City of Roseville analyst, and they send me this email citing 8 accidents happened over the last 12 months alone. That doesn't count, the tally from the CHP office does not count collisions under $1,000. This intersection is suffering from traffic. And the big problem is that there's 2 other projects that have been recommended for rezone in the same intersection, and there's no cumulative impact study has been done. And this crash data is not included in the EIR. It's missing, and it was, we think it's, intentionally, but the other big concern that the EIR, most of the documents talked about 6 parcels, where there are actually, in fact, 7 parcels, which means the EIR should have been corrected and recirculated. The water quality report for the water that draining through this, all the 16 acres will be draining through one property against their own well. And the water quality report also is missing. What people fail to state is that all the contiguous properties from 4 sides are 1 acre plus. Our property is 2 acres. They're talking about 300 feet, more than 300 feet away about Annabelle. They're taking them as a point of reference where they have never sent them letters of notified them about these hearings. So they're taking them as a point of reference where they don't notify them. And again, this project does not. There are other concerns that I would like to talk about.
Well, actually, if you could wrap up your comment.
Okay, I will. The biggest concern is that when you approve a project like this, you're rewarding bad developers and punishing good developers. In the same intersections, there's 3 projects that follow the zoning and built and started around the same time in 2014. And we didn't hear about them because they followed the zoning, submitted the plans, they get approved, and they build their homes, they're selling their homes, and they're making profit. These projects, good projects, are Woodbridge Estates, building 7 homes on 10 acres. There's the Meadows, Granite Bay Meadows on Sierra College, Rockwood project. They're all following the zone. They're making money. They're minding their own business. They're not coming and buying cheap agricultural land.
And I'm sorry, you're going to have to wrap up your
Okay. So just to reward developers for taking a gamble and ruining our life, endangering the safety of us, because right now traffic will be horrible. And by the way, we can send you a list of 12 violations of Granite Bay Community Plan of this project. The most important violation is that Granite Bay Community Plan states clearly that no subdivision should have the main entrance on a main road like Sierra College. And that's very specific because of the traffic concern. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jane Negri. The Park at Granite Bay is requesting a zoning change, an amendment to the Granite Bay Community Plan, and a general plan amendment for the 50% lot coverage for a variance. If this project was consistent with our Granite Bay Community Plan, none of this would be necessary. Today you will hear from our community. We're We have over 900 citizens defending our community plan, 800 signatures that support no changes to the plan, and I know you've received those letters. Granite Bay is now going from a rural community to a suburban community. This project changes the current zoning from 16 homes to 56 single 1- and 2-story family homes. It preserves none of the rural character of the 16.3 acres. It eliminates the ag designation. This property, which hasn't been pointed out, is surrounded by 1 up to 4 acre parcels. Those people have sheep, goat. I think there's a horse there. So what this property is doing, it's dumping a little bit of Citrus Heights right into the middle of Granite Bay. The ag designation goes away. It was zoned 6.3 acres so it would fit in with the surrounding parcels. What they're doing is taking that away. The variance that's requested does not even meet the county zoning ordinance. That is explained in the letter I sent to you. The project will add 600 car trips to Sierra College Boulevard. During peak hours, it already takes now 2 light changes to travel from East Roseville Parkway to Old Auburn Boulevard. And that's a distance of 4/10 of a mile. I timed it yesterday because I was stuck, as I always am. Our community plan was written to protect our rural way of life, and it is being destroyed as you continually approve projects that require massive changes to our Granite Bay community plan. It's called a community plan because that's what the community wants. It should not be overridden by a small number of individuals. I urge you to consider the voting record of our Planning Commission and our Board of Supervisors. Several years ago, one of you asked at one of these meetings, why does the county approve these plans if it's not going to adhere to them? I'm asking you that question again today. Why spend years developing carefully drafted, award-winning community plans if you're not going to defend them for us? What about our property rights? This is not progress, it is urbanization.
Good morning. My name is Mark Guzin. I'm the past president of the Eureka Schools Foundation and currently sit on the board of ESF. ESF is a volunteer organization chartered with raising private funds to augment the public school budget in the Eureka Union School District. I don't think there's much controversy in the statement that the quality of education, public education in Granite Bay is one of the cornerstones of the community and one of the primary reasons many people choose to live there. It does a lot of good for the community in terms of maintaining the property values, maintaining the economic viability of the community, and in fact, raising great citizens. I think that this project helps offset some of the risks that we have to that quality education by bringing more families into the district and offsetting some of the declining enrollment that we've seen over the past 10 plus years. I think that it also brings in, is likely to bring in folks that are more committed because they are part of the Granite Bay community and participating both volunteerism as well as financially supporting the many opportunities that we have to augment the public funding of education, which are critically important to maintaining the quality of that education and consequently maintaining the cornerstone of the community. So in summary, I'd like you to approve this project and help maintain the quality of education in Granite Bay. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Paul Varesi. I'm one of the landowners next to it that I keep getting the information that I graded my property incorrectly and changed the water direction. All my property was graded per plan, per the county. It was all approved by the county. So just to clarify that, I didn't grade anything different than what the county approved by my grader. So my water is doing the direction it's supposed to go into at the time. So if my pipe is too small, that's what the county approved at the time. So my comment is the rezone for the greater the public necessity, convenience, and the general welfare requires such an amendment. We can't believe this takes this kind of amendment. The project has proposed demonstrate none of the above, and in fact, destructive to the convenience and general welfare of the greater number of residents that would be served by this project. 800 plus residents signed a petition to oppose the park, which you've heard numerous times. The objectives, lots are comparable to Annabelle and Eckerman. They are not comparable to Annabelle and Eckerman at all. The houses that are on Annabelle and Eckerman were built back in the 50s. So those houses can't be done with what they're trying to tell us that they're all this. 24 houses on Annabelle and Eckerman are under the half-acre lot size. So the lot sizes on Annabelle and Eckerman average about 21,000 square feet. The park is roughly 9,000 square foot, what they're trying for their lots. A difference of almost 250%. That's not compatible or comparable. Studies obtained. This project may provide opportunities for generating new students, and new students in Eureka School District are a net financial loss. So we have a loss by having students in our schools. So they keep saying that our schools are underfunded. Each school costs the district about $15,000 yearly per the student funding of $8,000 per year. Project increased to $10,000 in 2017. The net cost is a loss. The control cost transfer student currently being accommodated would have to be turned away. So all our outside students are turned away that are covering some of that cost that we're losing in our schools. Providing a park. In 2013, you determined that Greyhawk 2 approved the current level of active parks was satisfactory, so you already have plenty of parks. Per capita standard of an active park at Granite Bay is 5 acres per 1,000 residents. We currently have park capacity for 360,000 residents. Residents build out is 26,000 in Granite Bay. Even if we needed additional parks, the developer's own traffic count attributes to 2.3 trips per day in non-peak hours, indicating that the park would be underutilized. People wouldn't go to it. Providing housing opportunities accommodated by the variety of activities consistent with the RHNA. When over 50% coverage of the most lots smaller than 8,000 square feet, the lots cannot accommodate a variety of activities. As per your housing element report filed by the RHNA, Placer County has enough capacity and planned approved projects and vacant and underutilized sites to accommodate the housing needs without rezoning. Compliance with Sacramento Area Council government blueprints at this location, a project of any size would satisfactory these blueprints. The last thing I have to say is that the developer can't build 50 or can't build the 16 homes for what the cost is, then there's something wrong with the developer. There's got to be some kind of profit for this developer if he's going to 56 homes that he can't build the 16. So we need to know what the houses are going to cost and what his profit's going to be. Isn't that fair to the community to know that? We have no idea what the houses are going to cost because he keeps saying that they're going to be for younger families. Younger families can't afford $700,000. Granite Bay is a move-up city or area. It is not a downsize. We moved to Granite Bay, not to Roseville, for that reason. We didn't want to be stuck in a house on top of a house. That's why we bought 4 acres in Granite Bay. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Mariana Beckett, and I live just south of this project. In the standing room only August meeting, our MAC members listened to the concerns of the crowd. They were presented with a petition against this project's rezone signed by more than 800 citizens and including more than 200 comments. The MAC voted against the park at Granite Bay, determining that there are no overriding benefits to justify imposing this incompatible project on the community. In the EIR's comments section, the Board of Supervisors is mentioned 47 times, arguing the board has the discretion to approve or decline to approve the project. Apparently, neighbors' comments about impacts don't deserve adequate answers. For instance, it says agricultural residents will be protected by the Right to Farm Ordinance, a document which only protects established commercial farming activities. Supervisor Euler himself told 10 bordering neighbors that the density does not make sense here and half-acre lots would be a more reasonable option. Contrary to the MAC's decision, proponents claim that this project will generate significant numbers of new students. This is not true. Our district's 2016 developer fees justification studies estimate the park will only generate 18 new students above the existing zoning. That's only a 0.0013% increase in enrollment. According to Melody Glaspie, business officer for the Eureka Union School District, at a funding rate of $100,000 per 13 kindergarten to 8th grade students, the differential is once again insignificant. The added benefit of voluntary contributions to the Eureka School Foundation is speculative and can neither be quantified or guaranteed and cannot be taken into consideration. It has been stated that our school district's enrollments are declining, so we need more students. Actually, K to 8th grade enrollment increased with 278 or 9% above projections this year. An EIR letter from the Roseville Joint Unified High School District states that students from the new development would be redistributed to underutilized schools. According to its developer study, quote, enrollments exceed capacity by 268 students. No existing school capacity will be available for enrollments generated by new development. It further states, quote, the district has no available capacity. Therefore, the projected 9th to 12th grade students will be considered unhoused, unquote. Some students in Granite Bay High School have been sitting on the floor in classes like AP Government due to overcrowding. Claims that Granite Bay is an aging community losing touch with its relevance to families and children are unfounded. According to the most recent U.S. Census Bureau data, Granite Bay's per capita population of children under the age of 18 is 26%, which is 1 to 2% more than California and our nation. We are above par in our appeal to young families. With negligible benefits to schools and immeasurable impacts on us, prove that everyday citizens have a voice. People gave their real names and addresses to sign a petition, not anonymous Facebook likes of photos with open fields and rural descriptions. Vote against this rezone variance and amendment. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Holly Johnson. I live in Granite Bay, and I also work in Granite Bay. I am an attorney. I practiced law in the state of California for 24 years, and I moved my practice to Granite Bay. The reason why I bring it up is because I practice regulatory compliance. We have to look at what's before us to see whether or not we're in compliance. My concern, and I'll make it as short and sweet as possible, maybe not so sweet, but short, is not just this project in part, but all the other number ones that you have that are going to be coming before you that are looking to change the density and the zoning of the Granite Bay Community Plan. I think it sets a terrible precedent. Yes, we want the development. We want it pursuant to what's already in existence in the plan. I don't think you have good cause before you to deviate from the plan, to have all these amendments, to have all these variances, these zonings that are going to change the traffic. You take it piece and piecemeal. Oh, this isn't going to affect the traffic. You combine the number of projects that you had before, 16, I believe, in Granite Bay, whatever the number is. You're going to drastically change the traffic on Douglas Boulevard. You're going to change the rural nature and feel of Granite Bay, which is why we're in this area. I was at the MAC meeting. This doesn't show that properties around do not have that density. Whether or not the developer can develop it based upon a cost or a quote is not the concern, respectfully, that should be before you. That's their issue. So what I'd like you to take away is not just this piece, but what you're going to have it coming before you. Do you have good cause to deviate from what is the zoning and the density of the particular pieces of property? Are you changing the whole feel of Granite Bay? Please listen to the constituents. I am one of them. It's a fundamental problem if you're going to be changing the whole nature. You are my representative. I ask that you listen to me. I hope that it doesn't take any other legal efforts. I'm an attorney. I practice law for a living. I hope we don't have to get there. Please listen to what is being said before you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Carla Novaresi, and I live on Eckerman Road. The Park at Granite Bay project neglects to address serious concerns regarding a secondary emergency vehicle access required by the development, exceeding 30 homes and drainage onto adjacent property. The project requires the use of Eckerman Road for emergency vehicle access for residents in case of an emergency. The developer has not been granted an easement as legally required to use Eckerman Road as an EVA. Without the secondary EVA onto Eckerman Road, the project should not be approved as proposed. The current landowner does not have an easement for ingress-egress on Eckerman Road. They have a prescriptive easement to use Eckerman Road for an ingress-egress for one home. This easement for one home has been in place since 1959. The use of that prescriptive easement cannot be changed without a written easement from other current landowners along Eckerman Road. In addition, once the parcels are combined for development, the current landowner will lose the prescriptive right for ingress-egress using Eckerman Road, since the parcel is no longer landlocked and will now have ingress-egress via Sierra College. Although the county and South Placer Fire state that they approve the use of Eckerman Road as proposed, the developer must get a written easement or exhaust all other options per CEQA. At this time, that has not been accomplished. Alternative 2, or as zoned, would not require a secondary EVA and would be in compliance with all county and fire codes. California Fire Code mandates that an EVA must meet physical requirements in the case as per planning code fire size. Roads shall meet the requirements of local authority having jurisdiction, but shall not be less than the requirements set in PRC 4290 and Placer County Code. Current code is for a 20-foot road. Eckerman Road does not meet these requirements, and it is 12 feet in width in some places with ditches on both sides. Regarding the drainage, the EIR fails to adequately address the impacts on adjacent property owners, us. Per Placer County Land Development Manual 5.11, per EIR drainage easement is required prior to improvement plan approval to accommodate flows from the project site. They are not getting a drainage easement through my property. Thank you.
Group 2 can come up now if they choose. We're almost ready for Group 2.
My name is Elaine Sacco, and I live on Eckerman Road. And I'm here to talk about the analysis of Alternative 2 in the EIR as zoned is flawed and full of misinformation. Can we trust an analysis where 56 minus 36 is equal to 38, where 32 is greater than 56, where fewer residents use more utilities? County staff stated the following in their analysis of the Alternative 2, or as zoned. Land use as zoned would be consistent and require no special entitlements. Aesthetics as zoned, aesthetics would be similar to those of the proposed project. Transportation as zoned would result in less traffic than the proposed project. Air quality as zoned results in fewer vehicles with less than significant air quality impacts. Greenhouse gas emissions as zoned would result in fewer residential units, and greenhouse gas emissions would be less than the project because there are fewer units. Noise as zoned would not include a park, which would have no impact on new residents or existing residents, neighbors related to the noise generated by park users. Hydrology and water quality as zoned, this project would result in less impervious surface than the proposed project and would have a decreased potential for on and off-site flooding. For land use, aesthetics, transportation, air quality, greenhouse gas emissions, noise, hydrology, and water quality, your own planning staff has identified as zoned as the superior alternative. Contrary to the analysis of utilities and service systems, the as-zoned alternative provides 40 units less than the proposal. This would result in fewer residents. The 16 granny units, which will be built as per staff, are obviously of social benefit since there are almost 500,000 square feet of senior living being proposed within a few thousand feet of the project. 32 units is less than 56, so the demand for the utilities and service systems would be less than described for the proposal. Total number of units draining to the wastewater treatment system would be significantly less than provided by the proposal. Even with 6 bathrooms for 16 units total, 96, the project would produce at least 2.5 bathrooms per 56 units, or 340 bathrooms. So the as-zoned alternative generates less demand. At the last MAC meeting, we were told that water is not an issue in Placer County. Even here, 2 family per acre will use less water than 4 per acre for every component of the alternative 2 analysis. The as-zone alternative is superior and less impactful and should therefore be supported. I ask you, please do not look at this proposal and think it's an infill with high density. It's a high density project that doesn't belong in this neighborhood. We are fine with developing the land as the Granite Bay community proposes. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Larissa Berry, and I'm speaking on behalf of Sharon Musgrove, a former planning commissioner for District 4, who has over 15 years of experience as a senior resource analyst with the California State Department of Water Resources. After her careful review of the DEIR and final EIR, it can be concluded that they failed to comply with the requirements of the CEQA Public Resource Code Section 21,000. The project also demonstrates a disregard for the Placer County General Plan, the Granite Bay Community Plan, and the Placer County Code. Because the project conflicts with several fundamental planning and code provisions, approval of the project would also violate the California Planning and Zoning Law, Government Code Section 65,000, and the Subdivision Map Act, Government Code 66473.5 and 66474. The environmental document for the project cite the potential to create significant environmental impacts to hydrology and water quality. The DEIR, EIR, and preliminary drainage study fail to include data required to conduct a complete and accurate analysis of the hydrology and water quality impacts, and the documents do not conform to Placer County's own mandated reporting requirements. These do not contain the detailed data and calculations required for complete and accurate analysis, omit key data regarding pervious and impervious runoff and runoff coefficients. The initial hydrology report and water quality reports are inconsistent. The water quality study shows approximately 30% more impervious surface than the initial hydrology report and a significant reduction in runoff, total runoff volumes. This is contradictory. Additional missing information and inaccuracies are provided in her detailed letter, which will be attached. At the very least, the EIR must be recirculated since the required Stormwater Quality Program report, which is required by the West Placer Stormwater Quality Design Manual, was not generated until September of 2016 and was not available for public review as per CEQA. Additionally, the legal grounds for granting the variance have not been met by Mr. Tattersall. By drawing his own boundaries, he has created a, quote, self-induced hardship, which does not constitute grounds for granting a variance. Financial hardship, community benefit, or the worthiness of a project are not proper considerations in determining whether to approve a variance. Without substantial evidence to support a finding to grant a variance for which once again are self-induced, granting this variance would constitute a prejudicial abuse of discretion. In the present matter, the county's proposed CEQA finding of facts are not supported by the record as they contain inaccurate data and interpretations which are counterintuitive and analytically questionable. Therefore, the final EIR is not legally adequate. We also would request the right to rebut any new data that is presented. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Dale Munson. I was a member of the committee that rewrote the Granite Bay Community Plan. I think many of us on that plan understand that when you have vacant land, that the owner has the ability to develop that land. However, the Granite Bay Community Plan was a very serious document. We had developers on that. There were a lot of compromises made. And I think one of the things that causes the community to be so up in arms over this particular project, and I don't think I've ever sat in a MAC committee in the last 15 years and have somebody stand up and talk about recall. That has been unheard in Granite Bay, because we've been able to compromise on things like the Granite Bay Plan and you guys have backed us to a degree. Now, that's all I want to say about that, but I think there's a bigger problem. The bigger problem is those of us that live in Granite Bay take our life in our own hands when we travel on Douglas Boulevard and try to cross Douglas Boulevard to go shopping at Sierra Ponds or something like that. And here again, you're going to say okay to a project where people have to come out and can't even make a left turn. They can't go north, as I understand. They have to go right and make a right turn on oversubscribed roadway that is dangerous already because of the through traffic. And I don't think that's what's-his-name's problem. I think that's your problem, that you guys need to sit down. I got a copy of your transportation plan. There's nothing in there about that I saw. I could be mistaken. Nothing I saw about Sierra College. I saw nothing about Douglas Boulevard. Just remember, many of us here feel we're taking our life in our hands when we cross either one of those, and you've added one project on top of the other, and it's like we have transportation galore. We do not.
Okay, so I am speaking on the record here. My name is Ulysses Ludwig. I live on Quail Oaks Drive in Granite Bay, California. Moved up here because it's rural and we love the schools. Don't want to see them blown up, all that good stuff. I wanted to point out on this proposed project site, I love how the developer kind of shows it way back where it looks like it's just a really dense area, but you can clearly see that it's completely rural all around this parcel, completely rural. And it actually goes quite far down. I have a thumb drive. We could actually look at it, where we're looking at this property and 3 or 4 of those properties south of it. It's quite rural. Okay, it's not a dense area, as they say. All right. So the project is not consistent with the goals and policies established in the general plan, the community plan, including land use element and design elements. The EIR compares the park to Granite Bay's Annabelle, Ovations, and Hawthorne. Interesting. Annabelle, which is neither immediate or adjacent nor contiguous to the parcel, and as required by both the Placer County General Plan and the Granite Bay Community Plans, it doesn't fit in the EIR. It doesn't belong there. And then, by the way, Ovation, rejected. Can't compare it. Doesn't fit in the EIR. Right? And Hawthorne project, it's not even proposed yet. Right? So they don't even belong in this EIR. So we're actually looking at you guys to possibly approve this project on an EIR that can't be valid. All right, the next thing I want to talk about is that we have Facebook. Okay, so I know Mr. DeLuca was talking about Facebook likes. There's 1,600 Facebook likes. And by the way, I am a programmer. I run a software company out of the Bay Area. I live up here now, but I did a little research, and we have 255 people that actually provided a location. Okay, in his Facebook likes. We actually printed them all out. I can hand them in for the record. Of those 255, 37 marked themselves as living in Granite Bay. So we have 37 people that went, oh, that's a pretty picture. I actually knew some people that actually said that. They immediately took their name off of it because they didn't want to be associated with this project. So what we have here is an effort by the developer who is so compelled to try to garner likes for his project that they paid for a campaign on Facebook. So by paying for a campaign, there was a boom in the number of people who liked this project of about 1,600 people, and that boom, at the end of the day, ended as soon as they stopped paying for it. So there's been no more likes than that since March, I believe. Okay? So I just want to make another point, is that 600 and some of those were actually not even real likes. They're anonymous. So we have 800 wet physical signatures from people that live in the area around that property. And yet somehow those likes are going to, transplant those and take over. It makes no sense whatsoever. Okay? Thank you very much.
Good to go. All right, my name is Dallas Sartz. I'm an active member of the community. I went to Oak Hills, Ridgeview, was raised, my parents moved to Granite Bay when I was a little kid. And I kind of have a different approach as to what a community plan is. A community plan is, to me, I have a 4-year-old daughter. I want her to be in the same school district that I grew up in, be taught by the same teachers that taught me all the way up through Cabot, through the high school levels, whatever it is. I coach at Granite Bay High School now, and I've been doing so for the past 5 years. And I enjoy the community of Granite Bay. It is a special, special place. And for my parents to be able to move up into this area and have that opportunity for my sister and myself, and to see what actually a Granite Bay community plan looks like, I think it's kind of declined a little bit. The enrollment's a little bit down, contrary to what everybody says. Not many kids playing football. There's not a lot of young families that I went to school with that are back in Granite Bay. And it would mean a lot to me to have people like that in the same community that made this a really rich environment for me to love and come back and want to. I mean, I've lived in Sacramento, Roseville, Rockland, everywhere, but I've never lived in Granite Bay. And to be able to come back and have the same advantages that my 4-year-old daughter could have, and have her experience that with the same teachers in the 3rd grade, 5th grade, whatever have you, that are very special to me, that I still keep in touch with and in contact with, that's a huge deal for me. So I approve this project, and I think the Granite Bay Community Plan is kind of what it is. Thank you.
Excuse me, could I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Are you Dallas Sartz as in star linebacker at the University of Southern California?
Sir.
I graduated from USC, and I don't want to burden you, but if you weren't hurt during the Texas game for the national championship, I'm confident we would have been national champions. So I don't want to put that burden on you, but I don't want you to forget that either.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you.
I have no idea what you just said.
Small community.
I like all the humor. My name's Nancy Barcel. I live in Granite Bay. We did move from the Bay Area, like so many people, because we like the rural area of Granite Bay. So in the final supporting facts of the EIR for the park at Granite Bay, false assumptions are made. This project, as proposed, does not provide a mix of housing to serve a variety of families in the Granite Bay community, as staff and the project proponent allege. Number one, the Granite Bay Community Plan already provides a well-thought-out, well-planned mix of housing to serve a diverse population accommodating various ages, income, family size, and lifestyles. This is supported by the county's housing element report on file with RHNA. For each housing element described, quote, there is no need to rezone to address a shortfall of sites to accommodate the regional housing need. Number two, Granite Bay was intentionally designed as a unique rural residential community with a mix of densities established in the land use elements of the Granite Bay Community Plan. Cumulative impacts associated with changing this mix, in addition to Grayhawk 2 and 3, drastically alters that mix, resulting in a much higher percentage of medium-density residential lots and a much lower percentage of rural residential lots. This drastically changes the unique rural residential characteristics of Granite Bay. This is not consistent with the introduction to the land use section of the Granite Bay Community Plan. Quote, policies in this section have been formulated to enhance the rural and natural qualities of this unique community. 3, this project does not provide a mix of housing. It provides a very limited, fixed range of lot sizes, housing types, and price range. This type of housing is more than adequately represented in the existing inventory of lots and homes. Additional medium-density residential lots, homes in addition to Grayhawk 2 and 3 and the proposed Whitehawk 1 and 2 will increase available inventory to over 14 months of supply, essentially flooding the market. What is currently underrepresented is an inventory of 1 acre and larger home sites. 4, at this rate of expansion, Granite Bay will reach its full build-out sometime in 2019, resulting in a 41% overbuild over 2035 projections. This will negatively impact and trigger early upgrades in schools, public services, utilities, emergency responders, traffic overcrowding, and jeopardize this community's unique rural quality, which is repeatedly highlighted in both the Placer County and Granite Bay community plans. Therefore, the project as proposed does not serve a public necessity or convenience or general welfare of this community. It is harmful to the welfare of all, and it does not provide a mix of housing. It shifts the range of housing by 49% to represent almost 60% of homes for sale. The small lot type with 50% coverage is not in keeping with the rural nature of our community, and therefore you must reject the project as proposed. Thank you.
Hi there. My name is Glenn Wells. I'm in support of this project. I have been in Granite Bay for 17 years. I am a resident. I love my community, and I do a lot for it. I'm a major sponsor for ESF for the last 12 years and continue to do so. I moved from Sacramento 17 years ago, and I have 5 children. 3 are out of the nest, living productive lives. I got 2 left at home. You know, going through the school districts, it's everything to me. And I do. I really, really believe in my community. I think you need projects like this. I'm on 1.25 acres. I have no problem with this whatsoever. Change is good. This big, mean, bad developer, I know him personally. He's a good guy. He builds really, really nice projects. You know, I would just, you know, as far as the audience goes, just keep an open mind to change. It typically goes well for us. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Chris Johnson. I live in Granite Bay on Shadowbrook Drive. We moved to the Granite Bay area. We started looking at homes in '87, but we moved here in '88 from the Midwest. Prior to that time, I lived in the Midwest. I grew up in Chicago. I have some background in planning. I worked for the East Chicago Planning and Redevelopment. So I know a little bit about what we're talking about here. First of all, I want to say that this project is being pitched as an infill when it's not. This is a spot rezone because basically you're taking 16 acres, you're carving 16 acres out of 142 acres that's zoned as agricultural. If the project's built from day one, there's going to be a lot of conflicts because these people with their small backyards are not going to be happy about the manure that's quietly happening right over the fence from them. So there's always going to be tension. Another key thing about Granite Bay and why I moved here is, I don't know if you know this or not, Granite Bay has the highest home ownership percentage of any city or community in the state at 89%. So you've got a lot of people in here, and you got 800 and some odd people that sign petitions and everything else. Home ownership means you are invested in a community. These are people that care about their community. That's why they're here. That's why they're presenting this case to you. And I don't know, you may or may not own a home in Granite Bay, but it's a pretty darn good community. And it's not necessarily elitist, as some people like to say. So many aspects of this project are in complete opposition to the Granite Bay plan. And our community developed over the years since this, and I've lived here this whole time, since that plan was first approved in '89. It is really the foundation for why this is a community that has such a high percentage of homeowners, people invested in caring about this community and want to make sure the right things happen. To disrupt the Granite Bay plan, to build a project that only satisfies developers' wants, shows a total disregard for the community at large. There's no compelling reason to build at this density, as the population is only expected to increase at 5% over the next 10 years, a total of 5%. That's in all the different studies the county's paid for. And if we build this project, it is going to be the lowest quality, lowest value of anything that's been built since the plan was approved. So why are we sacrificing good ag land, good property for this? There's no good reason. So the only thing that really kind of bothers me about this is our supervisor seems to be very committed to making this happen. And, it's definitely going to benefit his office suite neighbor, John Tattersall, who's at the same address as Kirk is. And it's going to be damaging to the entire community. So what I want you to do, and I want you to really think about this, because we've got so many projects coming through, thundering through, please reject this project. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is John Bolter, and I never thought I'd have to be up here and be discussing something like this. I've lived in Granite Bay over 20 years, and before that, I grew up in the Bay Area. And I can tell you, I watched every community in the Bay Area do exactly what you're talking about doing here. Taking one small, quote, infill project, and then there's more. And what you do is you take a community like Granite Bay, which is a great place to live, that is not dense, it's not West Roseville, it's not other parts of Placer County, it's Granite Bay. Granite Bay has a certain feel, and it's built that way. And to take a project, which I look at this and it says, take 1 to 3 acres and do it 2 to 4 dwellings per acre or more, and to take and put 8,000 square foot lots and let them build 50 to 60% of it on a house. I've watched that in my lifetime, and what happens is there are more. And it's just like cockroaches. When you see one, there are more. And that's exactly what I see happening here. I could go through all the same numbers that you've already heard from everybody else, and it really doesn't make sense. That you need to hear from people that live here, that have lived here, that have raised their kids here. And the idea is that the amount of space that we have doesn't need to be jammed, like the project that you're considering. So I am requesting that you deny this project, like it appears that most of the communities already spoke about to you through the process. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Sandy Harris, and I live in Granite Bay. The Granite Bay Community Association had John come to our board meeting on a couple occasions, and we tried working with him. We were really overwhelmed with the density that he was proposing for these projects. And we told him, bring it back, talk to the neighbors, and come back with something more reasonable. Starting with what he started and what he's ended up with is what a lot of people think is kind of a development trick. We'll tell you we're going to put 100 and then we'll compromise for 50. Win-win. That's not a win-win at all. The Community Association has supported John on some of his other projects, and he does do a nice job. This isn't personal, John. I like him a lot. But this is not consistent with our community plan. The Granite Bay Community Association recently did a Survey Monkey, and the number one reason that people move to Granite Bay is the low density, large lots. The second reason is the rural character. The third reason was the quality of schools. And surprising to me, Folsom Lake was way down at the bottom. I thought most people came to our area for the lake, but they don't. I'm concerned with this project. They say they're going to have a 15-foot landscape buffer. It's going to be on the inside of the fence. How does that buffer the people who live on the other side? And how are they going to control this easement for 15 feet? The homeowner association going to be responsible for it? How will they police it? That buffer should be on the outside of the fence. Another concern I have is about this park. It's a public park in a private gated community. The homeowners will have to pay for the road. They'll have to pay for the gate. They have to pay to maintain that park. What's this going to do, the dues, to this affordable housing community when you're going to have to pay such high homeowners dues for all this maintenance? The liability insurance will be probably pretty high on it. And I think it'll create parking problems within this gated community when the people using that park decide to park on their streets. And I'm afraid that eventually the homeowners will get together and vote to do away with that park. And part of the reason for this project is that they're going to have this public park. There needs to be a condition in approvals, if you decide to approve this, that that park cannot be voted out. That is in perpetuity. I don't think this project is compelling enough to be awarded all the entitlements and variances that they're seeking. I think the alternative 2 would be a better project. And we started meeting with John in October of 2013, which was a year and a half after the community plan was adopted. So they knew full well what the zoning on it was and what the cost might have to be when you have to take it through an environmental document process. But thank you anyway.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Ryan Perry Smith, and pains me to say this, but I'm a 40-year resident of Granite Bay. So I guess that was before it was actually Granite Bay. Gone through all the schools, the Eureka School District, and went to Oakmont High School. Went away to school for a few years and came back, and was very lucky and fortunate to get a house in Tree Lake, where I used to play as a kid in the ponds and in the fields. So I've seen and witnessed great change through Granite Bay and through our community. And my main focus with all of this, I've also served on the ESF board, the Eureka School Foundation board. I was a board member and treasurer, so I got to see a little bit behind the scenes of the finances within the schools. And really, I want to make sure that we understand the difference between the high school district, which is Roseville, and the 7 elementary, middle, and junior high schools that we're really Eureka School District is focused on. And the declining enrollment piece. There is declining enrollment. But as an ESF board member, what we did a few years ago is we would walk down Douglas, and you'd take a note in there and say, if you work here, your kids can go to school here. So that means you can live anywhere in the area, and if you work near where the school is, your kids can go to school there. A project like this, and I'm very much for this project, will bring kids, local kids, and we're not necessarily offsetting declining enrollment. What we're going to do is offset kids that aren't in our district. And to me, that's very important. So you're here, you're paying taxes in our district, your kids are in our district, you have a vested interest in our district, and you're here and you're available, and you would be in a community like this, whether it's soccer practice or the other various things that may go on in the fields, you're involved in part of it and part of the community. I appreciate your time, and I appreciate the feedback and the talk, and that's what this is all about. But at the end of the day, I hope this project is approved for our schools and for our future. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jeff Sartz, and I'm here in support of the project. I've lived in the Granite Bay community for over 25 years. I moved here for the schools, and my son just talked earlier, and it's very hard for young families to move in here. For him to buy a house in the Granite Bay area is probably not going to happen until we have more projects like this where we have more affordable housing. And I only live, well, if I could hit a one wood, I'd be within that close to the project. But as I drive home, I drive past this project every day. It's a field just sitting there. And when you go up to the corner of Eureka and Roseville Road, there's a lot of businesses that are out of business. And there was a lot of local people tried to start different businesses in these various projects up and down Sierra College, and I think something like this would help support more local businesses where they can actually walk at nighttime or whatever to get out. And I think the park, because I live right by Hillsborough, the park is a great idea. When I go by Hillsborough, it's full Hillsborough Park is full every day, just team after team, which is a good thing, but the little park, if we could alleviate some of the pressure off those other parks, that's a win-win situation. So I just want to get going, but I'm fully in support of this project, and I think the community really needs this. Thanks.
Hi, I'm Veronica Blake. I'm CEO at Placer Community Foundation. Last week, I'll be brief, Robert. Last week, SACOG prepared a report for us that showed that 42% of our residents are paying more than 30% of their income on housing. That's both rental and purchase. The county needs housing that is attainable for its workforce. And while I'm not sure what the basis is for the $4,000 fee in lieu, we do need to have a broader conversation about how the county can work with the development community to actually construct the units. Thank you.
Okay, so that is the end of Group 2. We have a full Group 3 plus more. Board, I think it'd be smart to take a break, quick lunch break.
You're the chair.
Okay, so we'll take a quick...
10-15 minutes quick?
How about half an hour quick? And just in case we want to take up closed session, Jerry, why don't you
We're only human as well. I mean,
We can be brief.
No, actually, if you give 3 minutes per person, you got 30 minutes, plus, deliberations, plus we have stuff to come back to in terms of non-department items, so we've got a full board meeting for the rest of us, so. Any compelling feelings one way or the other? Taking a lunch break or not? Yeah, let's take a lunch break. Okay, we'll be back in about a half an hour. Jerry?
The board will now be adjourning to closed session to discuss the 2 workers' compensation items listed on page 4 of the agenda. The other existing litigation item, Morgan versus Gomes versus Nick Booner, is not ready for discussion at this point.
Good enough for a board. See what happens? Supervisors hearing, we are reconvening from lunch and closed session, so County Council will report out as to closed session.
The board has returned from closed session where they had a conference with legal counsel regarding 2 workers' compensation matters. The board heard reports on both items and gave direction to council on the remaining item, as I noted before, Morgan Gomes versus Nick Boone. The board did not discuss that matter. It wasn't ready at this time. That concludes the closed session report.
Thank you, Jerry. So we will restart public hearing with the beginning of Group 3.
Resident of Granite Bay, and live just around the corner. Walk my dog back here, right by here, several times, and come down. I come down to Sierra College with my dog, look at this land, and say, "What a great opportunity!" And then turn on the bike path, and I look over to the Meadows development, and I say, "What a lost opportunity!" And to me, the Meadows project doesn't really do the job. In my estimation, this is exactly the kind of development we need. I got a flyer in the mail opposing this project, and I started looking at it. I was a little confused because I looked at the bottom of the picture that was opposing the project. I go, wow, that is a great-looking project. That's exactly what I'd like to see in our community. And it was a project of, this is the dire thing that you're going to see that's going to be against your project. And I was really taken aback by that visual. I have young kids. You've heard Mr. Sartz get up and talk about how he'd love to be able to live in Granite Bay. I've got young kids. They looked on, is it Abilene? What's the name of the street? Annabelle, pardon me. They looked on Annabelle, looked at a house up there, couldn't afford it. And they ended up buying a house in downtown Roseville. They're very happy, but they would have loved to have been in our area. And I'm concerned about the lack of housing for our next generation to come and live in Granite Bay. I'm also concerned about what's going to happen to me. I'm looking at this thinking, wow, this could be a great opportunity for my wife and I. You know, the large lot, the large square footage isn't getting any easier to take care of, and having a project like this would be a fantastic addition to our community, in my estimation. And I know John will end up doing a great job. So, thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Jeff Powers. I live in Granite Bay. I've been an active member of the community for over 19 years. Had 3 boys go through the school system. I'm not an expert in real estate development. I have no knowledge of that industry at all. I have no emotion tied to this project. But you know, in my 19 years in Granite Bay, I've been very active, particularly with youth activities, youth sports, and I see a pretty heavy decline taking place over the last couple of years. Lakeside Little League, for example, back in the day when my boys were playing, 700-800 kids in the program, and today it's around 400. So I see things like that, and then I look at a project like this, where I know this will afford some people the opportunity to come into the community that wouldn't have that opportunity otherwise. And I say, yes, I'm going to put my hand up and support that. And I ask that you do the same. Thank you.
Hi, my name is John Hovde. I'm a resident of Granite Bay. I appreciate what you guys do because every time you make a decision, you make one person happy and one person mad. So I appreciate what you do. You guys represent the community. I want to tell you a little bit about me. I'm a Little League coach. I'm on the ESF board currently. Raised almost $500,000 for the district last year. Run the tournament, the golf tournament. I live in Granite Bay. I have 2 kids. I have a wife that works in the county, and I work through the county and also through other counties. I'm for this project because you've got to look at every project as an individual project. The location of this project, off the streets it's off, The size of the project, I ask you guys to look at the project as individual. I'm not for every project in Granite Bay. I'm for this project because I feel it fits the parcel, I feel it fits the area, and I ask you guys to approve this project. Not every project, but I ask you to approve the park project. Thank you very much.
Chair Wygant and members of the board, Wendy Gehrig, and I'm here on behalf of the Roseville Area Chamber of Commerce. Our chamber proudly serves and has served the community of Granite Bay since 1999 when the chamber closed its doors. And we're here today to support the park at Granite Bay. We think one of the key things on this is the housing option that it will provide. We've heard about the declining enrollment at Eureka schools and in the high school, and this is a housing option that will allow and provide for young families to come into the area and start that next generation of people being involved in the community, playing sports. I also think, or we think, that park is an added benefit for all of Granite Bay to enjoy, embracing their motto, live and play in Granite Bay. Again, this housing option is critical also for the workforce as we attempt to bring in new jobs. It will provide new housing options, and it will retain those employees in the area and give them places to live close to where they work. Infill is not the easiest thing to do, and with that being said, again, the park at Roseville, the park at Granite Bay, close to Roseville, will again provide housing options. It also aligns with the blueprint project that was adopted by SACOG back in 2004. And again, one size does not fit all, and I think that we need to take that into consideration. And with that, we would encourage you to adopt the Planning Commission's recommendation and support the park at Granite Bay. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Michael Murphy. I'm a resident for 13 and a half years in Granite Bay. Thank you for having me here this afternoon and being able to speak in front of you. I want to just say that I'm here in support of the project. I'm not here as a paid person to support the project, because there have been people in the audience that have I've heard whispers that we're paid to be here. I'm losing money for being here. This is a perfect example of a great infill project, and you've heard it over and over. So I'm not going to go into it and not going to give you out statistics and tell you that this is it because of X, Y, Z. But this is a great infill project. It's smart planning. It's got the whole thing that you guys already know about. So I would encourage you to consider that as one of your basis of approving this project. This will also improve an eyesore. I don't know if you guys have been by there recently, but that whole section, the island, does not look that great. So when I drive by, this will definitely improve a section of Sierra College that will make us proud as Granite Bay residents to have an improvement there. It will also, I believe, support more stable property values in the area, because a lot of the properties in that area are they're not well maintained, they're mismatched. This will have a well balanced approach to maintenance. There'll be new homes, so it will keep the resale value at a level that will, I think, maintain property values throughout that whole island area. The last thing I just wanted to say is there are only 4 houses in Granite Bay on an acre or more. Each one of those homes is over 5,000 square feet, and they're over $1.5 million for sale. There's actually one that's a rundown house that is under $1 million, but the rest are over $1.5 million, and I can't afford that. So if I wanted to move here, and these were 1 acre lots, I couldn't afford a new home on these lots. So I think it's important for the community to bring in other professionals that want to live in Granite Bay and attend the schools. Thank you for your time. I really appreciate it. Please support the project.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. I'm Suzanne Jones, also a Granite Bay resident of 25 years. The reason people move here is because Granite Bay is a premier community. I know you've heard a lot about its rural atmosphere, but it's mostly because it is premier. That's the reason why everyone wants to come here. It took my husband and I more than 20 years to get here. Nobody graduates from high school and moves into Granite Bay. And we certainly don't want to make it a community that you can graduate from high school and move into Granite Bay. We are also not a bunch of NIMBYs, not in my backyard. It's merely that we want to preserve the premier quality of our community, hence the Granite Bay Community Plan. That's why we've spent so much time working on it. Supporters say that we should be open to change. Rather than changing our premier community to high-density housing projects everywhere, there's Roseville right next door to us. Roseville has gorgeous communities that are high density, and they're still within our school districts. You don't have to live in Granite Bay to be in our school districts. Speaking of schools, if every house in this development had 2 kids, that would make 112 children. That will not have an impact on our population of our schools or our declining enrollment. And as someone mentioned earlier, Placer County has some of the best schools in California, the whole state. I'm on the Placer County Board of Education. I serve on that board. And the reason we have such a high quality education is not because we have a lot of students in our schools. It's because we have quality communities and excellent teachers. Speaking of affordable, the developer previously stated that at the Granite Bay MAC that this was not an affordable community, but I heard him say today he did refer to it being affordable. He referred to $800,000 homes. Well, I'm not quite sure why $700,000 homes, well, you've referred to $800, $900 million homes were not affordable. I agree with you there. But even $600,000 to $700,000 homes are not starter homes. Young people with young children are not going to be able to afford $600,000 to $700,000 homes. This is not a commentary on the builder. I understand the builder is a very nice guy and he has a high quality product. But this is addressing merely the extremely high density developments that they're trying to just shove down our throats in Granite Bay and the impact that it's going to have on everything, traffic, people, the community, the premier quality. Now, he was responsive to us early on and he did reduce the density of his project, but at some point in time he did become unresponsive and refused once he got to his lowest offer. It's easy to say that you have 1,500 signatures in support of, but right here today, you have the residents. You have the residents, not just a bunch of signatures. And the commission, the Planning Commission, when they argued this, they said that we need projects like this. So they passed it based on 5 people saying we need projects like this, as opposed to listening to all of us. If I hear the board in your deliberations say the reason you think we should pass this is because it's a good idea or because we need projects like this, then I will know that all of our voices have fallen on totally deaf ears, and this in our mind will be substantial evidence that you, the Board of Supervisors, no longer represent us. Thank you very much.
Yes, Jim Radler, I'm an 11-year resident of Granite Bay. I want to commend staff for this, the work that they've done. This is sensible planning, guys. I get that it's, this is on Sierra College Boulevard. This is a major thoroughfare between 50 and 80. This is not Cabot-Stallman. I get that people want to be out there off of Cabot-Stallman and be on their, 2 to 5 acre, lot sizes. This is not that. This makes perfect sense for this particular area. I want to say also about the developer. I know him. I'm in the industry, and I think he's a fantastic developer, as evidenced by his project on Douglas and Barton. If you've seen that, that is a first-class project, and I expect nothing less at this location as well. It's going to be a first-class project that we all can be supportive of. and feel proud about in our community here in Granite Bay. I ask that you support this project. Thank you.
My name's Nicole Chappelle, and I'm actually a resident, or was a resident, on Eckerman Road. I'm a landowner in this area. I lived on the street next to this project for 10 years. I'm fully in support of it. I agree with a couple of the last people have said, you know, this is Sierra College Boulevard, major thoroughfare. If you want to live in the rural area, then you move. I moved recently, a year ago, to Auburn, 10 acres. I can shoot guns. I can ride my horses. I was one of the only people in these surrounding parcels, one of two people that had any livestock. I'm the one with the horses, with the manure. Well, I don't live there anymore. So there is no other manure. One person has a cow. There are no other people that have livestock or those type of animals in this area. And I understand that they will still be able to have that possibility because this is not going to change the zoning of any of the people outside of this actual project. And I think this project is a great infill in my mind. If you look at the kind of global, zoom out a little bit, the area is surrounded by houses. It's surrounded by major roads. If you want to live in the rural area, live on sneaky little back roads, not major roads that eventually, you know, are going to be like a freeway connecting the 80 and 50 corridor. So I'm fully in support of this project, and I hope that you guys vote it through. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Jeff Keith, a 23-year resident of the island. There is no compelling need for 56 homes on Sierra College as the applicant proposes. This infill project on an area commonly referred to as the island is cobbling together a number of smaller existing lots into one larger lot only for the benefit of the applicant without substantial benefit to the immediate neighbors or the community. 16 homes is identified in the EIR as the superior development alternative is the right density for this project in keeping with the principles of the Granite Bay Community Plan. In hearings prior to today, we have heard testimony that it's not feasible to build out the park at Granite Bay with only 16 houses. Similar nearby subdivisions built in conformance with this established lower density zoning during recent months stand in contradiction to that assertion. They include Rockwood Estates and Granite Meadows on Sierra College and Woodbridge Estates on Old Auburn Road. These subdivisions within the so-called island, within a half mile of the subject property, were recently built on land zoned the same as the subject property is currently. Combined, they represent 22 homes on approximately 27 acres. Those intelligent infill projects meet the objectives of the Granite Bay Community Plan. If those builders produced a viable economic project within rural, low-density zoning, there is no reason to believe that the applicant cannot have a viable economic project with 16 homes without entitlements for a rezone, community plan amendment, and a variance. In a 2006 court case, CEQA was interpreted to the effect, quote, the fact that an alternative may be more expensive or less profitable is not sufficient to show that the alternative is financially infeasible, unquote. Testimony in previous hearings contends that these 56 homes are needed to fill housing demand of new jobs coming to Placer County. Significant new employers such as Topgolf and Warwick University, however, are located in West Roseville, not Granite Bay, East Roseville. It is more likely these employees will find more affordable housing in West Roseville or Lincoln than at the park at Granite Bay. Other major Placer employers are not growing employees significantly and do not provide support for the assertion that the park at Granite Bay will add needed high-density homes for new development. In fact, the September 2016 Building Industry Associate report shows that there are at least 734 new homes available in affordable high-density subdivisions within 5 miles of the Sierra College Douglas Boulevard crossroad without jamming 56 homes into a rural large lot setting where the park at Granite Bay is proposed. Members of the board, you are likely going to hear some very directed and contrived questioning of planning department staff and others to justify why this rezone to higher density should be approved to the benefit of an applicant who doesn't even own the land now and property rights to the proposed parcels being cobbled together for this application. Instead, you are going to be asked to trample on the property rights of the existing individual owners surrounding the subject property and forever change the character of the properties they actually own. Please make the right and justifiable vote to deny the recommendation to approve this project as submitted.
Okay, that's all we have for Group 3, but we think we have some Group 4 people in the audience, or other people with cards.
Group 4, Michael Garabedian, representing Placer Group Sierra Club on this issue. Let's talk infill. Sierra Club land development policy, land use policy, one of our primary orientations is to support infill development. You don't need this project to have infill development. This project is ready. This land is ready now. It has services, has everything you need for infill development. And infill development would be to develop it according to the existing plan. Of course, we're not only concerned about infill and keeping things in urban areas we're also concerned about greenhouse gas emissions and unnecessary addition of greenhouse gas from overdevelopment, transportation issues. Everybody's talking about 56 units. Well, secondary homes are permitted on lots of 5,000 square feet. So you're really talking about potentially twice as many units on these properties. Now, how did that 5,000 come about? You may remember that a few months ago it was a 10,000 square foot minimum, and you acted to change it to 5,000 square feet. This issue came to the Sierra Club's attention when someone complained to us that a variance had been issued for a secondary home. This is when it was still 10,000 square feet. So that's how we discussed it at the Placer Group board and got involved. And we have looked at two recent issues approved by the zoning administrator sitting next to me on 3-acre parcels, which got a variance. And how were they built? They were located on the where they would have the least impact on 3 acres and the maximum impact on neighborhood character and the neighbors. Unnecessary, it doesn't even meet the requirements for a variance. So we are quite concerned that here you have a situation where people will come in for variances, even on these tiny, the 5,000 square foot lots, which if these are 7,000 square foot lots, they're going to have a lot of potential for that. So it is more than that. You should stick with the plan you have that protects community character. Maintaining community character can be done for moderate, low income, and housing units. You don't have to have this kind of intensity of development. Thank you.
Is there anyone else that'd like to address the board? Seeing none, I will close public hearing. Oh, excuse me. Our protocol is to provide the developer an opportunity to rebut something if they think there was a factual error or those kinds of things. So Marcus, under those restrictions.
Mr. Chairman, thank you, Marcus LaDuca, for the record. A couple things. My client is the owner of the parcels that are in question. Someone just received they weren't. There was a comment, Ms. Harris made a comment about your conditions of approval need to make sure that the homeowners association just don't vote out the park and maintenance of the project. Condition 89 L, the park shall be open to the public from dawn to dusk. Prior to recordation of the final map, a deed restriction in our easement as approved by the county shall be recorded by the developer to ensure public access to the park through both vehicle and pedestrian gates during daylight hours. There will be a deed restriction. Homeowners association can't affect that deed restriction. It also applies the conditions of a map. They will then be in violation of the tentative map, subject to penalties under the Subdivision Map Act, as well as the fact that the CC&Rs have to be approved by Mr. Carden as they come through is also another condition of approval. So CC&Rs, there are provisions in here regarding what the CC&Rs may require. Did want to mention just a couple other minor items. There was a comment that said that why did we look at other projects in the area when we were doing this, that they're not approved. We did a cumulative impact analysis as part of this. And that's why we looked at projects that had just been filed, and in fact, some cases were not even filed yet, but the idea was to try to make sure that there was as thorough of an analysis from a cumulative issue as possible, given that traffic is a major concern of folks in the area. Finally, the only other issue I think that I had relative to, hold on a second here, going through my notes. Oh, there was a comment about the schools. You've heard a lot of testimony from people involved in the school foundation. Currently, there's a lot of students in the Eureka Union School District and in the Granite Bay High School as part of the high school district. There are transfers from other areas. When high school number 6 opens in West Roseville, literally a quarter of the Granite Bay High School students are gone. That's how many people are coming from the western part of Roseville into that high school. And there's also right now, as was mentioned to you, the fact that there is some attendance adjustments in the very recent past in the Eureka Union School District is because they're out-of-district transfers. They're not getting students in the district. They've already closed schools, and quite frankly, as everyone knows with school funding, it's not just the school impact fees my client pays, but you get money from the state on full-time equivalents. And so the absence of more students going through the school system is a long-term trend. It started a decade ago and is continuing in the Eureka Union School District, and that does affect funding for actual operations and the quality of teaching in the school district. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'd be happy to answer any questions the board might have.
Thanks, Marcus. Any questions? Kirk, then Jim.
Yeah, I think actually my questions are of staff as opposed to the applicant. 2 questions. One was brought up earlier, the issue of looking at all, quote unquote, all of the proposed projects cumulatively and the cumulative traffic impacts. Our board just recently adopted an updated capital improvements program for the Granite Bay Community Plan area, added another several $100s to the traffic impact fees paid in Granite Bay. Was that update a result of staff looking at analyzing the cumulative impacts of the projects that are in the pipeline right now?
Yes, it was.
So
including the Park at Granite Bay.
Okay, so the fee that they will be paying it assumes the cumulative impact of not just this project, but everything else that staff is aware of that's being processed right now.
And I'm sure Stephanie Holler will correct me if I'm wrong, but that's correct.
Okay. And then the only other question, I have a number of comments, but I'll reserve those for later, Mr. Chairman. But the only other question I have, it was pointed out, rightly so, that the majority of the smaller parcels off of Annabelle and Eckerman don't touch this project, that the majority of the lots touching this project are larger in size. I'm curious, how many of the neighbors immediately adjacent are actually in opposition to the project, if filed opposition with the county?
I don't know the exact number. I know that there's a Dr. Bazarai who's no longer opposing the project. I know Mr. Novarisi touches the project. He is not in favor. I know Mr. Beckett touches the property. He's not in favor. I believe there's one other neighbor who's sort of been silent throughout the whole thing.
Mr. LaDuca, do you have a count of what we have by way of neighbor? Do you have a total?
If we could pull up the map of the project. George or EJ, if we could pull up the map of the project.
I think.
There's six parcels that touch the project. There is, as mentioned, Mr. Novarisi, Mr. Beckett, Dr. and Dr. Bazrai. There's also the person that's in what we call the little nook there that is surrounded on 3 sides, Mr. Meyer. And Mr. Miller is adjacent to the south to Mr. Beckett, and there's a 6th property owner at the southeast corner of the project adjacent to Sierra College. That 6th property owner we've never been able to reach. Through whatever means, he's never showed up, has never submitted any comments. We have spoken to other folks that are there. The other folks have not expressed opposition. So there's 6 property owners. We obviously know the 2 are opposed. Dr. Bazrai just submitted his letter saying he's no longer proposed, as Mr. Rosasco just mentioned. So there's 6 total.
Okay, and two of whom have, okay, thank you very much. Thank you, that's all the questions.
Jim?
Oh, I got to get back to the school issue. Having been in meetings with officials from the Roseville High School District, I know they're concerned about the declining enrollment at Granite Bay High School, and it's going to be even worse when that West Roseville High School is built. And having worked for the Placer County Office of Education, I'm familiar with the schools in the Eureka School District. And actually, there's one that's been there for 15 years that was never opened, Olive Ranch. And then the Eureka School was remodeled some time ago and upgraded, but it's closed as well. So I know there's much concern within the school district that declining enrollment is a problem, and this kind of a project can help with that. And maybe it is only 122 kids, but it's a start.
Any other questions this time? With that, then, I'll close the public hearing. And Kirk, turn it over to you for...
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And George, if I may have the clicker real quick, and while you bring that up, just a couple, before I share with not only my colleagues, but some of the folks in the community, kind of my thoughts as I look at, well, there it is, thoughts on land use changes to the 1989 community plan. Before I get to that, however, a number of things that were brought up that I do want to address. Somebody made the claim that our parks are underutilized in Granite Bay. As a father of 2 very active youngsters, I can tell you that for 7 years in La Crosse, we've had to pay to rent light standards so that the kids can practice at night because we have no park availability during the daytime. So we as a league go raise the money, have our fundraisers, and move lights out to Cavett School so that we can actually practice at night. Likewise, my daughter's soccer team, one of the little competitive club teams, has to go up to Del Oro to practice on their field at night because we don't have other practice space that's actually available. So this notion that our existing parks are underutilized and we don't, it just simply flies in the face of reality. Somebody made the claim that the Granite Bay build-out has somehow been accelerated, and I'm going to make comments regarding the 1989 community plan. And the reason I'm doing so is that even as my colleagues know, even though we adopted an update to the plan that focused just on policies, we did nothing to address land use. And at that time, as my colleagues know, and members of the community know, I addressed both the MAC and this board and said, this is not the right way to do this. I think we should have a comprehensive land use plan update. However, if the community wants to continue with the land use that was put in effect in 1989, please understand that what we're going to start to see is a number of individual requests for general plan amendments start to come forward. And here we are today. So the claim was that build-out had somehow been accelerated in Granite Bay. If we look at the 1989 plan, I'm looking at the community development section, specifically the housing element. The housing element of the 89 plan assumes a 3.6% annual growth rate within Granite Bay. Well, since 2000, we've actually grown closer to 1.5% per year, or less than half of what was assumed in this plan. So the accelerated build-out simply hasn't been the case. A couple other things I'd just like to dispense with. Yes, Mr. Tattersall and I both have business offices on the corner of Eureka and Professional Drive, along with a dentist and an optometrist and some attorneys and 36 some odd other businesses that happen to be located there. So occasionally I see John in the parking lot and wave to him and say, how's the NEAT doing, John? And so, yeah, we do share a parking lot together. The other thing that was raised here, as well as was raised at the MAC recently, is this assertion that perhaps board members aren't invested in the community because nobody on this board currently owns a home in Granite Bay. And that's correct. As somebody who over the last 23 years has owned 5 different pieces of property in Granite Bay, and 2 of them concurrently. I paid an awful lot of property tax. Last year, I did sell my house. I am renting in Granite Bay right now. Did sell my house last year. But to say that somehow by not being a current homeowner in Granite Bay, I'm not invested in my community, flies in the face of my 46 years as a community resident, a volunteer for sports programs throughout. So I just wanted to address that and leave it at that. Now, just to explain kind of my thinking when it comes to these projects, because I get asked the question, why do you even consider any changes to the Granite Bay Community Plan? And so I think in order to start addressing that, we have to, again, in the context of the board not having done a land use update in 2012, I think we need to go no further than the Granite Bay Community Plan itself. The Granite Bay Community Plan itself, page 1, section 1, paragraph 1, says that the Granite Bay Community Plan, adopted in 1989, is the official statement of Placer County standards, plan proposals that will be the guide of the development of the area to at least the year 2000. So the Granite Bay Community Plan itself speaks to, essentially in a self-limiting fashion, to say this document should be the guiding document, the governing document, until about the year 2000. That's why 9 years after that, or 20 years at the age of the plan, 20 years, I initiated a community plan update process. That's why, so that we could comprehensively take a look at that. So the first threshold is I come at it from this perspective. What does the plan itself say when evaluating potential changes? Well, the plan itself very clearly addresses that. The second thing that I look at when evaluating any potential change is consistency with the existing built environment. We've discussed this, what has happened to the east and the north in the city of Roseville, with lots smaller than what's being proposed, to the to the west and the north and the east in Roseville, with lots as the same size or smaller. But also, more importantly for me, was going through the exercise of the island area and realizing that 70 of the 120 plus lots out there are existing non-conforming lots that were created when the land use for this area was a higher intensity. And so I just, for the life of me, don't understand why the Board of Supervisors back in '89 allowed for a zoning that automatically created over half the lots as existing non-conforming. It just kind of doesn't make sense. So looking at this proposal simply in the context of its immediate proximity, I think is obviously a key gating factor. So number one, what does the plan say? Well, the plan says that we're about 16 years out of date. Number two, what is it? How does it look consistent with what's out there right now in the built environment? Number three, perspective. Perspective of somebody who's been in the community, and I'm not going to say Granite Bay because it wasn't Granite Bay, but been in the community for 46 years. See, when we moved here in 1970, there wasn't Granite Bay. There was Loomis down to approximately Douglas. There was Roseville out to essentially the lake. And there was no such thing as Granite Bay. So we created the identity of Granite Bay over the years. How did we create the identity of Granite Bay over the years? Well, looking at this map, I've highlighted the park project that is in the island area. And what has happened in the area of Granite Bay over the years? Well, we'll begin to the south. It was referenced, the Woodbridge Ranch subdivision was referenced earlier. The Woodbridge Ranch subdivision was previously zoned 20-acre farm. It built out at lot sizes a little less than 1 unit per acre. Next to Woodbridge Ranch is the Castle Creek subdivision. Castle Creek subdivision had been zoned 40,000 square foot minimum lot sizes. Many of the lots in there are 20,000 square feet or approximately 20,000 square feet. We've already discussed the annexation in the Southeast Community Plan area for Roseville of the area that is currently Hillsborough, Ashley Woods, and Eastridge. This area was Farm 20 acre before getting annexed into the city. When it got annexed into the city, it was absorbed into the city with a land use intensity of 2.1 acres per unit. When it built out as dense as 4 to 5 units per acre. So almost a 100-fold increase in intensity in that area from what it had previously been zoned. Tree Lake Village. Tree Lake Village was Farm 20 acre before being general plan amendment, rezoned, development agreement. The very first development agreement, in fact, in the history of Placer County, resulted in about 2.5 lots per acre going into Tree Lake Village. Folsom Lake Estates. Folsom Lake Estates was 2.3 acre, rezoned down to lots as small as 3/4 of an acre. Let's jump up north. Shelbourne, that's Los Lagos. Los Lagos was 20-acre farm, built out at units close to an acre. Walden Woods was 40,000 square foot, built out with lots, I want to say, as small as 3 to the acre, but you get the idea. Go on to Shelbourne, where likewise Shelbourne had been zoned 4.6. We have lots that are 0.6 of an acre. We move on down to Quail Oaks. Now, Quail Oaks is interesting because it actually built out with the intensity it had been assigned. However, in order to build the subdivision, it required significant variances from setbacks, significant variances to road sizes, cut down a fairly significant oak woodland, and undergrounded a stream. So Quail Oaks is a project that couldn't be built today. Move on to Douglas Ranch. Douglas Ranch was, for the back half of it, 40,000 square foot, built out at half-acre-ish lots. The little strip commercial area on Douglas that has the Quarry Pond, that area was medium-density residential before it was rezoned to commercial. The Stratford Downs subdivision, once again, another one that did build consistent with its zoning, but only because of significant variances, and again, undergrounded a stream. The commercial area that was the Jumbo Market, when they built the Jumbo, it's now Ace. When they built Jumbo, they had to rezone it from residential medium density to commercial. And then finally, one of my favorites is the Hidden Lakes Estate subdivision. And the reason the Hidden Lakes Estate subdivision is one of my favorites is it too was built consistent with the zoning on it at the time, but with some interesting variances. You see, the developer of the project, when Hidden Lakes Estates came in, the developer of the project was the first one to come to the county and say, we know what your road standards are, but if we build to your road standards, we're going to have to remove a heck of a lot of these trees. And we think these trees are valuable, and we'd like to keep these trees here for the residents. Oh, and by the way, even though we call it Hidden Lakes Estates, there's no water actually on the property, the developer's saying to the county at the time. There's no water on the property, and so unlike what most developers have to do today, which is go to the Army Corps of Engineers to get a permit to take away water, we have to go to the Army Corps of Engineers to get a permit to add water. And so this was built, Hidden Lakes Estates. This is the first lake. And in fact, it is looked to by folks in the community as such a wonderful example of the way that development in Granite Bay should happen, that a group calling itself Defend Granite Bay has adopted that very lake on the homepage of their website. And again, this group is dedicated to preserving and protecting the unique rural lifestyle of Granite Bay. The developer of this project was my father. My dad built Hidden Lakes Estates. My dad discovered the ground that is now Hidden Lakes Estates when my brothers and I would ride our go-kart underneath the power lines out there on this property. And I'm proud that my dad did such a fine job in developing this project that the folks who now think they need to preserve and protect Granite Bay from me are using my father's subdivision as the marquee project for what we need to preserve and defend. So as I look at the change, and this is just some of the changes I was able to do off the top of my head without digging in too deeply. We want to preserve and protect Granite Bay, but which of these projects would you have go away? Which of these changes to previous zoning or land use intensity do you think is bad? So that's when we talk about entertaining any changes, that's kind of the perspective that I look at this from. As somebody who's been here now 46 years, used to hunt the Quail Oaks area, used to ride dirt bikes on Tree Lake Village property, I look at this from that perspective. Granite Bay is an amalgamation of changes. And we have an opportunity, I believe, with this project to continue to add to what is a very high quality of development in our area. Now, people are worried about this setting a precedent. Well, I think we've already addressed the fact that Granite Bay is built on change. But I would, and I've heard the number 16, that there's 16 projects out there that are being, and I can name 6 projects, not 16, that are being proposed. But when you take into consideration the fact that there are approximately 8,600 parcels in Granite Bay, and I know of 6 that want changes, we're not destroying anything. Are we changing things? Yes, we're changing things. But the net sum of this, as I look at it, I say Granite Bay has grown. Granite Bay has essentially almost built out. So why over the last 30 years, since we adopted that plan with that land use element associated with it, 27 years, why didn't these properties build? Why didn't this project already build out? And I think that's where we as a board have to say, we've had some pretty good housing cycles, particularly in Granite Bay. Maybe the market's telling us that the people who assigned that zoning at that particular point in time back in 1986, 87, when they were having this conversation, they just didn't get that one right. They did a good job with an awful lot of it, but you got a few of them that maybe they just didn't get right. And so, to my colleagues, to folks in the community, I hope that helps you understand my perspective as I look at entertaining these kinds of changes. And I do support this request as a reasonable request for change.
Other comments, questions?
If there are no other comments, Mr. Chairman, I will make a motion, and I'm assuming council wants us to read the various items contained in our staff report into
Yes.
5 separate motions.
Yeah, on page 7 and 8.
I'm sorry?
Yes, on page 7, 8, and 9 of the staff report.
And Mr. Chair, before we get to the motion, if you would, I have to say that Supervisor Euler makes a compelling visual argument. And while these are certainly not workforce or affordable homes at that starter point, I do recognize that they are proposed to be less expensive than what's currently in Granite Bay. I will, however, and I don't think this will come as a surprise to anyone on the board, I don't vote for communities with gates. I don't believe in gated communities. They do not add safety. And in fact, there's a lot of crime statistics that show gated communities have higher levels of domestic violence and spousal abuse. Something about that gate. And so I will be voting against this. And in the future, I would suggest any developer who would like my vote come forward without a gate.
All right, so I'm asking of council, I have I have 5 separate distinct items in our staff report, page 1,137 of the staff report. Are those the 5 that you would need made in 5 separate motions?
Yes, and including the findings that are set out on pages 7,
Well,
8, and
we referenced the findings in the motions, I'm sure.
Understood.
If not, then I will go ahead and incorporate it in my motion. I'll begin with number 1, and that is I move that we certify the Park at Granite Bay final environmental impact report prepared pursuant to the California Environmental Quality Act and mitigation monitoring and reporting program based on the findings.
Yes, the findings that are attached in attachment E, and the mitigation monitoring program report is attachment D.
Thank you.
Is there a second? Motion and a second. I think there's a request to have a comment, but the public hearing is closed, so we're not going to be taking any more public comment at this time. So with that, all those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Mr. Chair, I move that we adopt a resolution approving to approve amending the Granite Bay Community Plan, change the project's land use from rural low-density residential to medium-density residential, consistent with the land use designations in the community plan.
Motion and second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
No.
Motion carries.
Mr. Chair, I move adoption of an ordinance to approve a rezone of the project site from RSAGB 40 to RSBX 7000. Currently, excuse me, I got to figure out where that parenthesis ends because I don't read the whole thing well. Residential single-family combined, a minimum building site of 7,000 square feet. Oh, that's it.
Motion and second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Mr. Chair, I move approval of the variance to allow an increase in maximum lot coverage, the area covered by the buildings and other structures currently allowed per single-story residence within the residential single-family zone district from 40% to approximately 50% on only those lots that are 8,000 square feet or less within the project site.
And including the findings on page 1145.
Thank you, including those findings as stipulated by council.
Motion and second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
No.
And finally, Mr. Chair, move approval of the vesting tentative subdivision map.
And the findings on 1144.
And the findings on 1144.
Motion to second. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Motion carries. Thanks. Okay, we will now take up our department items, starting with item 5, Health and Human Services. Page 1349.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Maureen Baumann with the Department of Health and Human Services Adult System of Care. I bring to you today an update for the Mental Health Services Act. For 16-17, the Board of Supervisors is required to approve this plan annually. And since 2005, we've implemented the Mental Health Services Act in Placer County, providing services to people able to expand intensive mental health services and crisis services to people with severe mental illness, and developed evidence-based programs for people that needed prevention programs. In addition, we've been able to have added supportive housing projects. We've helped to train staff and providers, and added services with facilities and technological improvements. The funding has allowed us to really manage during the downturn, so we've used these funds as they come in to actually get us evenly through the ups and downs that occur with the funding and with the economy. We have 5 different components of this plan. They each have different goals. I'll just highlight a couple of things. About 600 adults and children received intensive outreach services. We know that those services always result in reductions in homelessness, reductions in psychiatric hospitalizations, and reductions in jail bed days. And we've also been able to, in this coming plan, we will serve approximately 2,500 people with contracts from 45 agencies using prevention programs that will provide families and youth with parenting classes, therapy, and social skill development, just to note a few. So these dollars are not insignificant. We have $13,368,500 of state-funded programs that are currently in our budget of Health and Human Services for 16-17. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any level of detail about the projects, but recommend approval.
Kirk, your light is still on.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Jennifer.
I want to say, oh, was that Jim or Jennifer? Sorry.
Jennifer, you have the microphone.
Thank you.
Kirk's is turned off.
Okay, awesome. Maureen, I want to say thank you. I thank our Health and Human Services Division, particularly during the downturn, has done just incredible things with limited resources. I would hope that our board, based on some of the discussion earlier this morning, particularly in light of what Supervisor Holmes raised as concerns, could figure out a way that we can find more dollars. And if we do need to spend some additional general fund dollars to help with these mental health services, it is absolutely critical. We are seeing, from my perspective, more people with mental health issues, and while we are doing just yeoman's work addressing those we just can't keep up with the rising tide of mental health challenges. And it's frankly not something that the county alone can do. We need to do it with our partners at the cities. We need to do it with our partner at the state. And we frankly need some help from, our federal representatives as well. If we don't start trying to get out in front of this rising tide, we are absolutely going to be subsumed by it. And so again, sincere thanks to the great work you guys have done. It's absolutely phenomenal. But my commitment to you is that I'm going to work as hard as I can to get this board and all our partners to bring more funding and more services to the table.
That's great. Thank you so much. One of the things I would say about that is that some of the challenge is not so much the traditional services, but the services that are actually in the field and engaging people. And so some of those people that we're most worried about are less initially interested in services. And so part of the work is not just the services, but engaging people into services.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. Pleasure of the board. Or is there anyone from the public who would like to address this item? See none. Pleasure of the board. Moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Thank you.
Motion carries. Thank you, Maureen. Next, we have item 6, which is Human Services Position and Compensation Ordinance. Judy.
Good afternoon, Chairman Wygant, members of the board. Judy Laporte with the Human Resources Department. Today, we're introducing an ordinance and seeking approval of related budget revision. The changes reflected in the ordinance include abolishing the classification of Chief Assistant County Executive Officer, changing the salary range for the Assistant County Executive Officer, creating Civil Legal Secretary class series, and abolishing the classification of Secretary to County Counsel. When the Chief Assistant CEO retired earlier this year, additional duties were assigned to the Assistant CEO. The assignment of these additional duties and the scope of the position support a salary increase to align it more closely with other positions within the county with a similar scope and level of responsibility. The Chief Assistant CEO classification is no longer in use, and we'd like to have that abolished. At the September 12th meeting of the Civil Service Commission, they approved the creation of the new Civil Legal Secretary classification series and the corresponding salary ranges for 4 new classifications as outlined in the staff report before you. They also approved the reclassification of several individuals and the non-competitive promotion of the incumbents, as well as approving the abolishment of the classification of Secretary to County Counsel. You have an extensive staff report accompanying this item, so in the interest of time, I'll skip right to the conclusion of my presentation and be happy to answer any questions you have.
Any questions? I see none. Thank you. Anyone from the public wish to address this item? Seeing no one, I'll bring it back to the board. Moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Next, Public Works Countywide Construction Projects. Rob.
Good afternoon, Chairman Wygant, members of the board. Rob Unholz with Public Works and Facilities. I have 3 items related to job order contracting. We'll try to get through them fairly quickly. The first one, we're requesting your approval of a change order to increase the job order contract with auto construction by $300,000 in order to complete a number of projects that are currently planned and underway. On August 18th, 2015, your board approved their original contract for $1 million. JOC is a performance-based contract system. It rewards outstanding work with additional job orders until time runs out or the contract limit is met. Auto has approximately 20 days remaining in their contract time, approximately $397,000 in their contract amount. We anticipate the need for additional job orders to complete projects that are currently planned, in the pipeline, and in progress. An additional $206,000 is reserved in this amount for unanticipated needs until new contracts are in place. Auto's provided excellent construction services, including the sidewalk up above the Garden Amphitheater, some air relief valve in the irrigation system at Dry Creek Park, the Welcome Center egress ramp, and they've recently started on the administrative building across the street. The next job order is anticipated to be the secure parking for Building B in Santucci Justice Center. In order to complete these job order projects, it's recommended that your board approve the attached contract change order number 1 in the amount of $300,000. The estimated total cost of job orders will be $1.3 million, and there are sufficient funds in the respective capital projects. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Questions? Anyone from the public? Seeing none, what's the pleasure of the board? Moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
The second item is requesting that your board award a job order with auto construction for the secure parking project at Building B at Santucci Justice Center in the amount of $311,740.11, and authorize the Director of Public Works and Facilities or designee to execute said job order and approve any supplemental job orders consistent with the purchasing manual and the Public Contract Code. On August 18th, your board awarded the contract to Auto and authorized the Director of Public Works and Facilities to execute job orders up to $250,000. This job order exceeds that amount. On April 26th, the purchasing manager approved a contract with MFDB Architects for architectural and engineering services for the design and construction documents for secure parking at Building B. The scope of the project will provide secure parking environment for the district attorney, revenue services, the assessor, and probation. It will include wrought iron fencing, 4 new controlled gates, restriping, relocation of regular and accessible parking spaces, as well as secure in the secure staff area and the public area. Sorry. Construction documents were completed and given to Auto for pricing. Staff has reviewed and determined that the proposal is complete and responsive. In order to proceed, it's requested that your board award the job order to Auto Construction and authorize the Director of Public Works and Facilities to execute the job order pursuant to the county purchasing manual. The estimated total project cost is $510,031, including $342,915 for construction and construction contingency, $35,000 for consultant services, $132,116 for project management, project contingencies, fees, and force account. Funding is available in the project account and the capital projects fund.
Thanks. Questions? Anyone from the public? Pleasure of the board.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Thank you. And
motion carries. Thanks.
We have one more.
Yep.
This is requesting your board approve and award the bid to Staples Construction Company and Pride Industries 1, the 2 lowest responsible and responsive bidders, to the job order contracting an amount not to exceed $1 million per contract for a 12-month period, commencing after the date of their first notice to proceed on each contract, and authorize the Director of Public Works and Facilities or designee to execute the contracts to sign job orders up to $250,000 and approve any supplemental job orders consistent with the purchasing manual and the Public Contract Code. On August 23rd, your board approved plans and specs and authorized solicitation of bids. 16 building and bid exchanges were notified. Bid documents were viewed by 46 trade contractors on public purchase. Bids were opened on September 15th, resulting in 5 responsive bids. The 2 apparent responsive and responsible low bidders are Staple Construction Company from Ventura, California, and Pride Industries 1 from Roseville, California. As you know, these job orders will provide indefinite quantity contracts for a variety of projects and maintenance work that are remodel and not applicable to new construction. The minimum contract value is $50,000 per contract, and the estimated maximum value is $1 million. The county does reserve the right to increase that value to $4.6 million as authorized by the Public Contract Code. Staff recommends that your board authorize the Director of Public Works and Facilities to approve the contracts, the job orders up to $250,000, and any supplemental job orders for funded projects and maintenance work. Staff will return to your board with any projects that do not meet that criteria. The estimated total cost of job orders awarded is anticipated to be $2 million. Funding is included in the fiscal year 2016-17 capital projects fund budget. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions you'd have on that one.
Questions? Anyone from the public? Seeing none, pleasure of the board.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thanks, Rob. Next, we have a dial-a-ride agreement, NB Transportation Consider. Will?
Yes, thank you. Will Garner, Public Works and Facilities Department. This item is to extend the dial-a-ride contract that we currently have for another year. The contract that was awarded in 2013 was done so competitively, and it allows for 2 one-year extensions, and so we're asking for amendment number 2, which is the first one-year extension. Amendment number 1, by the way, was when we added the City of Lincoln a year or so ago to our dial-a-ride contract. So this one is extending what we do now for another year. In this contract, the contractor, MV Transportation, drives the buses, maintains the buses, does the dispatching, and a lot of paperwork that we ask them to do. The increase is 6.1% over the current year. I'm told that this is mostly to do with labor costs, both drivers and mechanics, and the difficulty in retaining drivers. They're trying to make a more competitive wage in order to do so, to recruit and retain drivers in the dial-a-ride service. With that cost increase, it's still actually much lower than the previous contract that we had up until 2013 with Pride Industries. So MV, because of some of their other work that they're doing in the area, is able to coordinate the administration that they do with some other programs and contracts to keep our costs low. There's 2 different cost structures, one for Lincoln and one for everything outside of Lincoln, and that's because we added Lincoln on. It's remote. Their drivers have to report there, and they maintain 3 buses that were once Lincoln's that are more expensive to maintain. So we decided to keep that as a separate structure to keep the rest of the costs relatively lower, but still ends up being a good deal. In this case, it is cheaper than what we could do with our own staff because of the specialty of it, especially with the dispatching costs. And so with that, we are asking for authorization for the Director of Public Works and Facility, or designee, to execute Amendment number 2 to contract number 1159 with MV Transportation to provide operations for Placer County dial-a-ride in the amount not to exceed $1,040,046 for the period of November 1st, 2016 through October 31st, 2017. If there's any questions.
Thanks. Any questions? Anyone from the public? Seeing none, pleasure of the board.
Move approval.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thanks. Thank you. And Mark, we have command vehicle purchase consideration for the Sheriff's Department.
Hey, turn this on. Oh, it's on. Sorry. Good afternoon, Chairman Wygant, members of the board, Mr. Bosch, Mark Jackmany, Placer County Sheriff's Office. Back on September 13th, your board approved the final budget that included $700,000 towards the purchase of a mobile command vehicle. What I'm here today is asking you to approve the purchase of that vehicle and approve a budget revision to move $49,000 from the CEO budget into the sheriff's budget, and then authorize the purchasing manager to execute all those documents. The vehicle will be purchased by a company named LDV out of Wisconsin, and I really, when you put this into our budget, on behalf of the sheriff, I can't thank you enough for this asset and what it's going to mean to the men and women of the Placer County Sheriff's Office, excuse me, and Placer County. This will be a phenomenal asset for us when it comes to command and control of major incidents throughout the county. And if there are any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Jennifer.
Thank you, Mark. Two quick questions. The first is I just want to clarify that this is coming out of the criminal justice pot of the CEO's appropriation.
Yes, ma'am. There was $700,000 that was put into the sheriff's budget with final budget. The additional $49,500 will come from the CEO criminal justice budget.
Right. But specifically from the criminal justice portion of the CEO budget.
Yes, ma'am. It's a completely different appropriation. It's 1102 that is a public safety budget within CEO.
Perfect.
It's part of Fund 110.
Just for sort of the knowledge of all of us, and anyone who may still be listening after a very long day.
I've been intent all day.
What would be the purpose of this? How would this be utilized by our
This vehicle will serve as a command and control center for our officers that go out and typically are the command and control center for all of Placer County, whether it be a fire, whether it be, excuse me, a critical incident such as Kemper Oaks or when Mike Davis was murdered. The Forest Hill fire is a perfect example. It just happened within the last few months. Our folks were up there running command and control off the hood of a vehicle, to be quite honest with you.
So this would essentially be a mobile operation
This
center,
is a mobile operation.
wireless connectivity, and
Absolutely.
Okay.
And it will put us light years ahead of where our capabilities are now.
great, excellent. I just wanted to make sure people heard that.
Absolutely.
Jim.
So what are you going to do with the old mobile command vehicle?
The old mobile command vehicle.
You do have one.
For those that don't know what Supervisor Holmes is referring to, we have an old car trailer that we tow behind a pickup truck that actually does not leave our yard because we can't take it anywhere. So I appreciate the humor. I thought you were going to ask me what I was going to be doing at 5:30.
What are you going to do with the pickup truck?
The pickup truck we currently use for SAR. But we don't, to Supervisor Holmes' point, we don't use the current vehicle now because, quite honestly, we can't get it anywhere. If you want to take it up to Tahoe during the winter months, you have to go pick it up, you have to chain it up, you have to try and get it over the mountain, and it takes too long. So we just, quite frankly, don't even use it. We use the hood of a patrol vehicle.
Any other questions? Anyone from the public? Pleasure of the board?
Fantastic. Thank you so much.
Moved and seconded to approve this. It requires a budget revision, so we need a
that's right,
roll
budget
call
revision.
vote, please.
And which one made the motion?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay.
I apologize.
Okay. Holmes. Duran. Euler. Montgomery.
Yes.
Wygant.
Yes. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you so much.
With that, our meeting is adjourned.